Chapter 1. Lingnan, more than 20 kilometers northeast of Shao Province, there was a nameless valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and even the only exit, the narrow valley path, was blocked by a short mountain. Only by going over the short mountain would one suddenly see a wide expanse and discover that there was a different world within. In the third year of the Tang dynasty, Xianheng, 11 families, a total of more than 100 people, came to this hidden valley under the arrangement of the local government. They shoveled grass, leveled the courtyard, and cut down wood to build houses. In a few days, they built a small village, which was named Peach Blossom Village. Because the mountain village was very secluded, the villagers of the Peach Blossom Village rarely came into contact with other villagers. However, because there were often woodcutters and hunters passing through here, they gradually gained a little understanding of this small village surrounded by mountains. The villagers here were not the same as the local mountain people. Most of the villagers here were gentle and well-educated. Although they also plowed the fields, weaved cloth, and planted melons, they could often hear the sound of reading, and even the sound of music playing the zither and the shing coming from the village. At first, the mountain people thought it was strange and sometimes talked about it, but after a long time, they no longer found it strange. 11 years later, in the second year of the Tang dynasty, Yongchun, it was the end of spring, and the valley was lush and verdant. A few acres of fields were hidden among the weeds and thorns. In the valley there were dozens of families. Small courtyards with bamboo fences and wooden eaves were all hidden in the verdant green. Occasionally, a corner of the courtyard could be seen, and it was picturesque. A young girl carrying a bamboo basket on her back was walking towards a low hill outside the village with a child who was less than 10 years old. The young girl was wearing a jade-green short-sleeved shirt and pale pink trousers. She was dressed like a mountain person. Her cheeks were dark, and she often worked in the fields with a touch of redness. However, she exuded an aura of spirituality, and was definitely not something an ordinary mountain girl could compare to. This girl was about 14 or 15 years old, and her body was tall and slender. Her slender waist was straight and flexible, and when she walked, she was like a flexible bamboo swaying in the wind. He had a pair of bright eyes, a tall and straight nose, and a small red mouth. He looked very handsome. Beside the girl was an 8 or 9-year-old urchin, who seemed to be her younger brother. Although this urchin was as dark as the other mountain children, he did not have the sturdy, dignified appearance of the mountain children. In contrast, his stature was much thinner. He had an oval face that resembled the girl's, delicate eyebrows, large eyes, and a pointed chin. The girl's name was Yuerong, and the boy behind her was her younger brother from the same mother. His nickname was Ah Si-Choyu. Ah Si-Choyu had always been lively and active, but when he was not around, he would go to the mountains. He climbed up and down trees that were more than 100 feet high like a monkey, and was praised as the #1 tree-climbing expert by the children in the village. The result was just like the old saying, "Those who are good at swimming drown, and those who are good at riding fall." 3 months ago, when Ah Si-Choyu was climbing a tree to dig for bird eggs, he fell down from a tree that was about 5 or 6 feet high. Although there were branches to block the fall and the soil was very soft, he still fell and broke his head and a leg. This frightened his parents, who were the apple of their eyes. Sister, as the eldest daughter, because she did not take good care of her brother, she was beaten by their parents. Ah Cho stayed at home for more than 3 months. His body was getting better recently. He could walk without any problems, but his parents still forbade him from going out. Today, his elder sister went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. Seeing that his younger brother stayed at home all day after his leg was injured, he was used to being wild. In the past, after finishing school, he could go out and play with his friends. Now, other than his father teaching him how to read, he could only lean on the window and look at his friends running around in the mountains. He was really pitiful, so he begged his parents to take him out to relax. Although his parents agreed, They did not allow Choyu to leave their side. In a small courtyard surrounded by bamboo fences, a girl who was 2 years older than Miss Yuerong was embroidering flowers. Seeing Yuerong and her brother coming over, she smiled and greeted them. "Sister Yuerong, little Choyu, are you going up the mountain?" "And bring little brother up the mountain to pick some mushrooms and wild vegetables." "Is Sister Su Su preparing a dowry?" "Of course not, I am just embroidering for fun." Su Su blushed and quickly hid the embroidery in her hand behind her, causing Yuerong to laugh happily. Not far away, an old man who was playing chess under an elm tree looked over and laughed. "Little Choyu, your leg has healed? Haha, don't be naughty anymore." Yuerong politely greeted them. "Uncle Chiu, Uncle Fong." The other old man was probably about to lose the game. He looked extremely exasperated and repeatedly urged him to hurry up and play. Only then did the old man stroke his beard and turn his head away. Choyu, who had always prided himself on being the #1 climber, seemed to have lost face after hearing the old man's words. He angrily kicked a pebble, and it just so happened to hit a big white goose. The big goose held its head high and walked with gentlemanly steps, like a general inspecting the army. It was walking majestically on the path. Suddenly being attacked, it couldn't help but fly into a rage. It immediately stretched its neck, spread its wings and rushed towards Choyu while squawking. Choyu, you are being naughty again." After saying that, Yuerong pulled Choyu's hand and ran. The big white goose flapped its wings and stretched its neck, chasing after them relentlessly. A shepherd boy who was herding sheep in the grass saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. "Ouch! Elder sister, my leg still hurts a little." Choyu couldn't help but cry out in pain as he ran. Yuerong angrily said, "You little brat, Aunt Lou's goose is the fiercest, but you just had to tease it." After saying that, she untied the bamboo basket, squatted down and said, "Come up, sister will carry you." Choyu said, "No, it has grown up. It is very heavy. How can sister carry it?" "Come on, you are just a little kid and you are already grown up. Didn't sister carry you when you were young?" Yuerong didn't say anything. She carried her brother on her shoulder, picked up the bamboo basket and ran up the mountain. The big white goose persevered and chased after them while squawking. Elder sister's back was flat and soft. There were some sweat stains on it, but it smelled good. Choyu struggled for a while, but his sister slapped him on his butt. After that, he stopped struggling. General Goose chased for a while and finally returned triumphantly. It proudly walked back to the village. When Yuerong saw that the big goose stopped chasing, she slowed down her pace while panting, but she didn't put down her brother. "Choyu, when we reach the mountain, don't run around, or else your parents will worry about you. Elder sister will go pick some wild vegetables and bring you back. Mother is making bone soup for you. Drink it while it is hot and your leg will recover faster. Don't you like eating wild vegetables with sauce? I will pick some wild vegetables and make some sauce for you. Then, the sauce needs to be fried. Okay, listen to Choyu and fry it. Put a chicken inside too." Yuerong giggled and said, "All right, let's add another chicken, you little glutton." The siblings climbed up the short mountain. Yuerong put Choyu down and said, "You sit here, I will go pick." Yuerong glanced out of the valley and said in surprise, "Why are there so many soldiers?" Choyu heard this and quickly stood up to look at the front of the mountain. He was small, so he could only stand on his tiptoes. He looked out from the weeds and vines that were taller than a person. There was a troop gathering in the valley. It was the army of the Tang dynasty. The soldiers were all wearing war jackets, carrying a quiver of arrows on their backs, a crossbow slung across their shoulders, a broadsword in their hands, and riding on a horse. More than 300 people and more than 300 horses stood solemnly and silently. There were 2 horses at the front of the troop. The soldiers wore jackets and the generals wore robes. On one of the horses, there was a general wearing a robe. He wore leather armor and his robe was painted with a lion and tiger pattern. On the other horse, there was a civil official in a green robe. He was turning his horse around and saying something to the soldiers. Following his voice, the soldiers all drew their swords out of their sheaths. The sun shone on their blades, making them look cold. Choyu was a little curious. When he went to Xiaozhou with his father, he had seen the soldiers, but they were just a few old soldiers on the city wall. They didn't have such a murderous aura. Moreover, their clothes seemed to be different. Elder sister, where are these soldiers from? What are they doing? Not good. Although Yuerong didn't know the purpose of these soldiers, she felt danger. She quickly put Choyu down and said to him, I'm afraid these soldiers are going to harm us. Choyu, it's inconvenient for you to move, so hide here. I will go back to the village to report. You hide here and don't come out no matter what. Do you understand? Yuerong pushed Choyu into the bushes, carried the bamboo basket and ran. Just after running a few steps, she rushed back and casually pulled some weeds to cover Choyu's body. Choyu was buried under the weeds. He looked at his sister running towards the mountain village with a blank face. He didn't understand what was going on. This was the land of the Tang dynasty. The people who lived here were the people of the Tang dynasty. Why did the army of the Tang dynasty want to harm the people here? The people in the village were not bandits or bandit. Choyu, who was puzzled, could only follow his sister's instructions and squat there, motionless. The iron hooves made the rocks in the mountain rustle. 2 horses were the first to climb up the low slope. From Choyu's point of view, he could only see the green-robed official riding on a black horse. The general standing on the other side, because he was blocked by the green-robed official, he could only see his scarlet cloak that was fluttering in the mountain wind from time to time. Yuerong waved the green handkerchief wrapped around her head. As she ran, she shouted towards the village, Grandpa, Father, Mother, the soldiers are coming. The soldiers are coming. Kill. Kill them all. Don't let any of them go. A chilling voice rang coldly in Choyu's ears. Choyu withdrew his gaze from his elder sister and looked towards the source of the voice. The one who gave the order was the green-robed official sitting on the horse. This person was tall and thin, with a long and narrow horse face, sunken eyes and a hawk nose. He exuded an aura of authority without being angry. When he gave the order to the soldiers behind him, he unconsciously turned his head around. His entire face was reflected in Choyu's eyes. Choyu could clearly see his appearance. On both sides of his hawk nose, there were 2 lines that looked like they were carved by a knife. The lines spread deeply to the left and right, covering his thin lips. The murderous voice came from that mouth. The general beside him, whose battle robe was embroidered with the pattern of a lion and tiger, slowly unsheathed his saber. The saber rubbed against the scabbard, making a horrifying grinding sound. Hearing this, Choyu unconsciously had goosebumps all over his body. The general raised his saber and urged his horse forward. He let out a short shout, Kill! Then he swooped down. Behind him, the soldiers with sabers in their hands all rushed down. Choyu watched as his elder sister ran with all her might on the mountain path. Her figure jumped and flashed like a doe in the wilderness. The general spurred his horse forward like a hunter in hot pursuit. The war horse galloped, and in a moment, he caught up to his elder sister. Choyu's heart couldn't help but rise to his throat. Purring! The saber rose, cold light flashed, and blood appeared. Mother, the soldiers are coming. Yuerong's voice stopped abruptly. Wherever the saber passed, a severed head flew into the air. The blood spurting out from the chest splashed into a bloody mist. The general waved the blood saber and swept past her. Then, countless battle boots stepped on the girl's soft body, killing into the small mountain village. Elder sister. Choyu's vision darkened, and he immediately fainted. Hundreds of soldiers were rushing forward on the mountain path. The sound of footsteps and the crashing of gravel covered his sobs. The green-robed official stood on the slope, coldly looking at the village in the valley. There was a hint of a cold smile on his face. He pointed his horsewhip forward and repeated his order, "Kill! Kill them all! Don't let a single one of them go!" The next day, the Xiaozhou government posted a notice, announcing that there was a big plague in the Peach Blossom village. All the villagers in the village had died. In order to prevent the plague from spreading, the government burned the whole village to the ground. They also warned the people in the surrounding villages not to enter the Peach Blossom village, in order to avoid being infected by the plague. The Peach Blossom village had mysteriously disappeared, just like it had mysteriously appeared. No one dared to enter the valley again. A few years later, no one could remember the name of the Peach Blossom village anymore. People only remembered that there was a god of Plague Valley about 20 miles northeast of Xiaozhou. Many people didn't even know the origin of the name. Note: some of the terms used at that time were too incompatible with modern terms. For example, the father was called elder brother, the second person was called you were called Ru, and the third person was called Yi. Chapter 2. In the 7th month of the 2nd year of Yongchun, Guangzhou Prefecture. On the long street, countless pedestrians, merchants, and stalls crowded the originally spacious street. Scholars in wide-sleeved robes, barbarians with narrow lapel sleeves, and commoners in short brown shirts walked on the street. It was very lively. On both sides of the street, there was an Indian man in a cloth draped over his shoulders and wearing earrings, loudly peddling his sandalwood incense in broken Tang dynasty dialect. There was a Kunlun from Southeast Asia walking barefoot on the street, peddling aloe vera pain-relieving ointment. There was also someone who kept boasting about how his clove slices could freshen the breath of people. There was also a Persian man in a small sleeve gown and a flower skin hat, peddling Persian dates for makeup and saffron pollen for perfume. Of course, the stalls also sold the popular condiments of the Tang people: black pepper and thick mustard. Even the peddler selling pistachios pushed a cart and shouted at the top of his lungs, shouting along the way that pistachios could nourish the kidneys and strengthen the virility of men, and make women happy and comfortable. For a moment it attracted countless women, who didn't want their man to be a handsome husband, whether it was outside or in bed. Behind the stalls on both sides of the street, there was a clear river. Stone and wooden bridges were above the small rivers. Stepping on the small bridges and crossing the river, the banks were planted with banana trees, and behind the banana trees were wine shops. The lingering fragrance of wine wafted out from the wine shops, merging into the bustling scene on the street. But the bustling living world, after all, could not compare to the world in books and paintings. In books and paintings you can erase everything you don't need, but in the real world you can't. There are always poor people. A little beggar in ragged clothes was running for his life barefoot, with 2 strong men chasing after him. The little beggar escaped into an alley, and finally exhausted, he was caught by the 2 strong men. Under a series of punches and kicks, the little beggar hugged his head, curled up like a little puppy, and was kicked again and again. He didn't beg for mercy, nor did he cry out in pain, until he was kicked into the ditch at the side of the alley. He grunted and fainted. The 2 strong men put down their sleeves and walked away, cursing, "Stinky beggar, how dare you steal to eat? If I catch you again, I'll beat you to death." There were many people on the street, but no one paid attention to them. After an unknown amount of time, a woman in a tattered dress walked out of the narrow alley, holding the hand of a little girl. The little girl saw the child beggar lying by the stream, and she stopped in her tracks. There seemed to be a small argument between her and her mother, and the little girl won. She lifted her tattered dress and quickly ran to the stream. The little girl squatted down to look at the fainted boy, then took a broken pot from her mother's hands, and carefully fed him porridge. The little beggar was obviously starving. Even though he was unconscious when the porridge reached his mouth, he still subconsciously and quickly swallowed. The little beggar slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he immediately felt a swelling pain in his eyes. One of his eyes had been beaten black, and it was so swollen that there was only a slit left. After a moment of dizziness, he opened his eyes slightly and fixed them on the little girl in front of him. The girl looked even younger than him. She had a thin and dirty face, and her messy hair was a little yellow due to malnutrition. Only her eyebrows were black and thick. If such eyebrows were on a boy, he would definitely look handsome, but on a girl they seemed a little too thick. The little girl was wearing a moon-white short dress, and there was a slit at the shoulder, faintly revealing a bit of skin. Her lower body was wearing a bamboo leaf skirt that reached her chest. She was squatting in front of Little Beggar, so the holes in her skirt revealed 2 smooth knees. Little Beggar quickly understood his situation, and also understood the other party's identity. He did not thank her, and only stared at the little girl in a daze. The little girl opened her mouth and smiled at him. Perhaps because she was still growing her teeth, her mouth was incomplete, and she looked very ugly. The little girl tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then she took out a bun from her bosom and carefully broke it into 2 halves. After comparing the 2 halves, she put the bigger half in the little beggar's bosom and grinned at him. Then she stood up with the jar in her hand. The woman came over and took her little hand. She looked at the boy indifferently, and then the mother and daughter walked away along the dark and narrow alley. Little Beggar climbed up with difficulty, and all the bones in his body ached. He pulled at his tattered clothes that were as thin as silk, and looked left and right in a daze. Then, he subconsciously followed behind the mother and daughter. The little girl held her mother's hand, and looked back from time to time. The boy not far from them seemed to be in a more difficult situation than the mother and daughter. His tattered clothes could barely cover his body, and his collar was split open, revealing his craggy collarbone. His cheeks were thin and yellow, and his face was bruised and swollen. The little girl grinned at him again. Gradually, the road became more and more remote, and a dilapidated temple with a half-collapsed wall appeared in front of them. The woman led the little girl into the dilapidated temple. Little Beggar stood outside the temple for a while, and then followed them in. There was more than one beggar in the dilapidated temple. An old beggar was sitting under the sun, and he had taken off his tattered coat, revealing his skinny body. He was catching fleas there. Another beggar was a bit stronger, and he was lying on a pile of firewood with his legs crossed, humming and singing. The woman took the little girl to find a place to sit in the dilapidated temple. The little girl began to eat, and the woman grabbed a handful of soft wild grass, and began to weave something. Little Beggar was like a frightened little beast, and he looked around the temple warily, but he still stubbornly moved closer to the mother and daughter. He was rarely treated with kindness, and the little girl's kindness made him feel very close. He, who had no one to rely on, instinctively wanted to get closer to things that he felt close to. The little girl used her mouth, which was missing 2 front teeth, to chew on the bread with difficulty. After a long while, when her saliva had soaked the bread, she took a hard bite. She happily swallowed the bread, looked at the boy, and asked in a soft voice, "I am Ñoño, what is your name?" Little Beggar seemed to be at a loss. After a long time, a trace of bitterness suddenly flashed through his eyes, and he softly replied, "I am Asiyu." "Asiyu, sit down." Ñoño patted the straw next to her. Asiyu looked at it, and then gently sat down next to her. Ñoño bit on the bread, tilted her head, and looked at him. She softly asked, "How did you get beaten up like this?" Asiyu replied, "Because I stole their food to eat." "That's not good. Begging is enough. There will always be kind-hearted people." Asiyu was silent for a while, and then softly said, "Begging, I can't do it. I can't stretch out my hand." Ñoño's 2 front teeth had both fallen out. She didn't know how many days that steamed bun had been there for, but it was as hard as a rock. She chewed on it for a long time, and it was dripping with saliva, but she still hadn't bitten off a piece. Hearing Asiyu's words, she gave up on eating the bread. She opened her mouth wide in shock and asked, "How can that be?" Is stealing not shameful? Achou seriously thought about it and then replied, I don't know. Although stealing is also stretching out my hand, but it feels different. When it comes to stealing, I just have to be prepared to be beaten. But when it comes to begging, I can't even stretch out my hand and I can't even say begging words. Nyonyo blinked her eyes and thought for a long time in confusion. She shook her head and said, I don't understand. Achou smiled bitterly and slowly raised his head. He looked at the sunlight that shone through the hole in the temple roof, and the dust dancing in the sunlight. He faintly said, Actually, I don't understand either. Nyonyo giggled and said, Achou, you really are a strange beggar. Achou stubbornly emphasized, I'm not a beggar. I've never begged before. Nyonyo had a good temper and gave in. All right, you're not a beggar. You're a strange thief. Is that okay? Hee. And Achou thought about it and solemnly nodded, agreeing with her evaluation. Nyonyo turned her head and pulled her mother's sleeve and begged, Mother, can you knit a pair of shoes for Achou? She turned her head again and blinked and asked, Achou, are you willing to stay here? N. Nyonyo opened her mouth again and smiled and looked ugly. At this time, a pair of straw shoes was gradually forming in Nyuniyang's hands. Achou was really a strange child. He stubbornly refused to beg, and would rather steal. Because of his poor stealing skills, Achou was often beaten black and blue. If it wasn't for Nyuniyang's financial support, he might have starved to death. There were more than 10 beggars living in the ruined temple, and they all agreed that Achou should be called dummy, and that he must be stupid. Only Nyonyo didn't think so. When Achou was full, he never sat under the sun like other beggars, and took off his clothes to catch fleas, and told dirty jokes. He always sat on the stone mill in the backyard of the ruined temple, holding his chin and staring at the sky in a daze. Nyonyo felt that Achou must be thinking about something. Achou could think, but could others? Once, Nyonyo secretly saw Achou holding a branch in his hand, and drawing something on the sand. When he left, Nyonyo walked over and compared the half of the stone tablet for a long time, and recognized that Achou had written the words on the half of the stone tablet. Thinking of his writing as smooth as water, Nyonyo was very envious. Achou could write, but could others? Achou could also climb up trees to dig for bird eggs, use branches to catch dragonflies, and catch small fish in the river. Whether it was bird eggs, dragonflies, or small fish, they all became delicious food without exception. Although they were all roasted without exception, Nyonyo ate them with relish. During those days, Achou's face was always bruised, and Nyonyo's lips were always black. In Nyonyo's childhood of begging for a living, of being looked down upon and suffering from hunger and cold, the days spent with Achou became her most beautiful memory. Chapter 3. That winter, Nyonyo's mother fell ill. Perhaps she could have survived an ordinary illness, but this time, she couldn't. Her illness was very serious. Nyuniyang became more and more haggard. Gradually, she couldn't even struggle to beg. One day, the thin Nyuniyang was lying in the broken temple. The sun shone on her body. The sun was still bright, but her face was still gray. Nyonyo lay on her mother's body and cried helplessly. Achou was on the other side. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he held them back and didn't let them fall. Ever since he cried for an entire afternoon in Huanshan village, until his eyes were swollen and his voice was hoarse, he never cried again. It seemed that his tears had dried up since then. Nyuniyang held Nyonyo's thin little hand in one hand and held Achou's hand in the other. Her eyes were so sad. That kind of helplessness, desolation, longing, and pain mixed together made people's hearts break. Achou, Nyonyo, please take care of her. Nyuniyang knew that Achou was still young. She knew that this stubborn child refused to beg. He couldn't even feed himself. But she had no one else to entrust her to. The beggars in the temple all hid far away. They looked at her with cold eyes. She couldn't see a trace of sympathy in those numb eyes. Nyonyo's mother let out a long sigh, her thin and weak hand powerlessly placed on the top of Nyonyo's head, gently stroking it a few times before passing away. She did not close her eyes. A drop of tear flowed down the corner of her eye, gently sliding down to the side of her cheek. Mother! Mother! Nyonyo hugged her mother's body and cried loudly. Achou's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and held back his tears. He gently closed Nyuniyang's eyes and got up to go out. Nyonyo leaned on her mother's body and kept crying. When she had no strength to cry again, Achou came back. Achou was like a puppy that rolled in the mud. His entire body was dirty. He walked back to the dilapidated temple weakly and sat beside Nyonyo, after panting for a long time. He then pulled up the broken bamboo mat and pushed Nyonyo's mother onto the mat, grabbed the mat tightly and pulled out of the dilapidated temple. On the grassland beside the river, Achou used a stick to dig, using his hands to dig a hole. When people died, they needed to be buried to rest. His family, his parents, and his elder sister had all turned into a pile of ashes in the fire. At that time, he was like Nyonyo. He could only cry in fear and helplessly. When he regained his consciousness, he ran away from the mountain village. Now, at least he had the strength to bury Nyuniyang, instead of turning her into a dead body in the sewer. Achou used his hands, which were bruised and bleeding, to bury Nyuniyang in the hole. He stuck a small wooden plank in front of the grave as a tombstone. After that, he no longer had the strength to move. From then on, Achou and Nyonyo depended on each other. They were like brother and sister. She no longer called him Achou. Instead, she called him elder brother. He still called her Nyonyo. Achou still insisted on stealing. He was often beaten, so the two of them were often hungry. Nyonyo had been taken care of by her mother since she was a child. She didn't know how to beg. Often, the places where she could beg were occupied by other beggars. She couldn't get much to eat. Once, she was bitten by a family's dog. She couldn't move for a few days. Achou couldn't steal anything. She almost starved to death. Achou was like a desperate wolf. He squatted beside Nyonyo and looked at her. Nyonyo didn't know what her elder brother was thinking. In fact, she never understood her elder brother. She only knew that her elder brother was good to her. Since her mother passed away, her elder brother was her only relative in this world. Achou looked at her faintly. After looking for a long time, he used a straw rope to tie up his already starving stomach, and walked out weakly. The beggars in the temple were immediately filled with righteous indignation. They said that Nyuniyang raised an ungrateful wolf. Achou left Nyonyo to fend for herself. He didn't care about her anymore. But they were reluctant to take out a piece of food they begged. Nyonyo didn't believe their words. She didn't believe that the elder brother, who climbed high up the tree to catch bird eggs for her, who used a branch to catch dragonflies for her, who caught small fish for her to eat, would leave her alone. She believed that her elder brother would come back. Maybe. Elder brother went to dig a grave for her, just like when he buried her mother. She thought that she would soon see her mother. Her heart was filled with joy and a burst of peace. She thought that she would be separated from her elder brother. She felt a burst of reluctance and melancholy. She didn't know what the world of death was like. But her instinctive reluctance to live and her instinctive fear of death filled her heart with fear. She waited for a long time, thinking for a long time, until she didn't even have the strength to think. The indignant buzzing of the beggars stopped. Nyonyo saw that her elder brother had come back. He walked weakly, but his hands were not worn out or covered with mud. He held the broken pot in his hand. The pot was half filled with hot porridge. Achou fed Nyonyo mouthful by mouthful. Their lives were as cheap as the wild grass on the ridge. No matter how many people trampled on them, they would still stubbornly survive. Nyonyo came back to life. This winter, the area closest to the fire was occupied by other beggars. The two children were furthest away. Above their heads was the hole in the roof of the temple. Snowflakes drifted down on them. They were covered with straw. They hugged each other tightly, relying on each other's warmth to resist the cold. Spring came. Elder brother changed from a stuttering, shy, and stupid beggar to a very clever and capable little beggar. In the past, that stubborn boy who would rather steal and get beaten up was already used to being a beggar. Perhaps in his heart there was still a bit of stubbornness, a bit of pride, and a bit of perseverance, but for Ñoño, he hid all of it deep in his heart. In spring, the rain was like silk, weaving a dense net between heaven and earth. Asit-Ou and Ñoño ran barefoot in the rain, like a pair of fish in the water. Their shoes were already rotten. Nyuniyang had already turned into a lump of soil, so she could no longer weave straw shoes for them. Asit-Ou and Ñoño ran under a cluster of banana trees. The fat banana leaves became their umbrella. Although the rain still flowed down the leaves, it was much more comfortable than directly pouring on their faces. Asit-Ou took out the bread that he had just begged as if it was a treasure. But it had already been soaked in the rain. Asit-Ou's face turned bitter. The well-behaved Ñoño hurriedly comforted him. "Elder brother, it's okay. I ate a lot of mulberries today. My teeth are all broken. If the bread is too hard, I won't be able to bite it." As she said that, she tried to show a smile to elder brother, revealing a cute little canine that had just grown out. Asit-Ou rubbed her head. Her hair was as messy as a bird's nest. The two of them each held a half-soaked bun. They used a tender banana leaf to make a cup and collected the rainwater. One mouthful of the bun, one mouthful of rainwater, one mouthful of the bun, filling their bellies. The rain was still as soft as silk. In the summer, something happened. This incident prompted Asit-Ou and Ñoño to leave the broken temple. So they didn't even have a place to stay. That summer night, the moon was very round. Asit-Ou was awakened by a burst of crying. When he woke up, he found that the strong beggar nicknamed Little Wolf, who also lived in the broken temple, was on Ñoño's body. He was tearing her tattered clothes and kissing her body with his stinky mouth. Ñoño was still young. She didn't know what Little Wolf was going to do to her. But a girl's intuition told her that something terrible was going to happen to her. So, she burst into tears. The beggars in the broken temple were awakened. They looked at everything that happened in front of them with a warm and strange look. No one spoke. As they watched, their eyes even became eager to try. That kind of look was very strange and scary. Asit-Ou was awakened. Watching Little Wolf bullying his sister, Asit-Ou suddenly became a different person. Perhaps that person had always been locked in the cage in his heart, tortured and nourished with hatred and shame. He had long become a fierce beast. At this moment, the prison door was opened and that beast was released. Asit-Ou's eyes were red, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging. He roared angrily and suddenly jumped on Little Wolf's body. He scratched, bit, and used his whole body as a weapon. Little Wolf was nicknamed Little Wolf. At this moment, Asit-Ou had incarnated into a real wolf. With his frail body, the strong wolf cub only needed to swing its arm to throw him against the wall and turn him into a meat patty. But at this time, he didn't know where he got his strength from, but he stuck to the wolf cub and didn't want to retreat. He attacked crazily. First, he bit off half of Little Wolf's ear, and then he tore a piece of meat from Little Wolf's shoulder. Little Wolf cried in pain and punched him again and again. Asit-Ou's blood splashed on Little Wolf's face, but Asit-Ou only had sharp teeth. When Little Wolf saw Asit-Ou's cruel eyes at this moment, he suddenly realized that Asit-Ou, who was often in a daze, was probably crazy. He finally collapsed and ran away while howling. Asit-Ou's face was covered with blood, his eyes were swollen, and he bit a lump of bloody meat in his mouth. Step by step, he crawled back to the crying Ñoño and hugged her tightly. A beam of bright moonlight shone on Asit-Ou's body through the hole in the roof of the temple. Asit-Ou's face was covered with blood, and his fierce eyes swept across the faces of all the beggars. Like a wounded wolf defending its sovereignty, he said word by word, "Whoever wants to bully her, kill me first." The beggars turned over and fell asleep as if nothing had happened. Only the sound of Nyonyo's crying could be heard in the ruined temple. Asioyu hugged her, and the blue moonlight shone on them. After a long time, Asioyu suddenly cried silently. This was the first time that Nyonyo saw him cry. Nyonyo was very frightened. She thought that her elder brother was in pain, so she stopped crying. She sensibly moved closer and carefully blew on Asioyu's swollen eyes. She used her thin little hands to gently rub his bruised cheek. She just wanted to stop Asioyu's tears. Seeing her elder brother cry, her heart was very painful, and this pain had surpassed her fear. But elder brother's tears flowed more and more, so Nyonyo also cried. Asioyu hugged her tightly, and choked with sobs he said, "Nyonyo, I'm so afraid I really will become a beggar. I'm afraid that one day I will become like them, a walking corpse. Nyonyo, elder brother will really become a beggar." Nyonyo didn't understand her elder brother's words. Elder brother often said strange things that she couldn't understand, but she knew that her elder brother really loved her. Ever since her mother died, her elder brother was her only relative in this world. It didn't matter if she didn't understand her elder brother's words, as long as she knew that her elder brother treated her well, that was enough. She raised her little face and looked at her elder brother's tearful eyes. His eyes were so sorrowful, the same as her mother's when she passed away. Helpless, desolate, and sorrowful, it was heartbreaking to see. Nyonyo was very afraid of losing him, just like losing her mother. She hugged Asioyu tightly with tears streaming down her face and said to him, "Elder brother will do whatever he wants to do. No matter what elder brother does, Nyonyo will be with elder brother. It doesn't matter if I'm a beggar or a thief, as long as I'm with elder brother, it doesn't matter." Asioyu and Nyonyo left the broken temple that night. They were worried that little wolf, who had fled in panic, would come back. They couldn't protect themselves with courage alone, so they continued to be beggars, because this was the only way they could survive. However, Asioyu had already decided to find something to do. He wanted to live like a human. Because of their departure, a legend that belonged to them had begun. Legends had always been created by miracles. What was a miracle? A miracle could be an extraordinary person doing extraordinary things, or it could be many coincidences coming together to form a wonderful coincidence. The miracles that belonged to Asioyu and Nyonyo were both coincidences, extraordinary people, and extraordinary things. Note: during the Tang and Song dynasties, it snowed in Guangzhou. Chapter 4. The blue waves were boundless and boundless. Ships from the Persian kingdom, Brahmin kingdom, Lion kingdom, Bone Tang kingdom, White barbarians, and Qi barbarians were coming and going at the port of Guangzhou. There were tens of thousands of giant flood barges, delivering goods and returning goods, bustling with activity. Among the foreign ships, the Lion Kingdom's ship was the largest. It was several feet tall and had gangway ladders. However, the largest ship was still the Tang dynasty's Ant Yu's ship. There is a saying, "Water cannot carry 10,000. This meant that the maximum weight a ship could carry could not exceed 10,000 stone, but Auntie Yu's ship had exceeded 10,000 stone. This kind of ship was sturdy and durable, able to withstand huge winds and waves, so when you saw this kind of ship at the port, it might not necessarily belong to the Tang people, because many foreign sea merchants were also buying or renting this kind of Tang dynasty ship. On the dock, there were mountains of fruits, vegetables, wheat, barley, sugarcane, silk, porcelain that were ready to be shipped or had just been unloaded. A ship that was neither too large nor too small had just reached the shore when an Arab merchant went up to welcome them. He stood at the bow of the ship and warmly chatted with the captain dressed in Kunlun clothing. "Haha, long time no see, Hanyabai. You didn't expect the Tang dynasty to have changed 3 emperors in a year, did you?" The dark-skinned captain of Kunlun spoke to him in the popular lingua franca, the language of the Tang dynasty. The captain of Kunlun said, "That's right. I've long heard that the emperor of the Tang dynasty is not in good health. When the emperor dies, the crown prince ascends the throne. It's a matter of course. It's just that the crown prince has just ascended the throne. How can the emperor be changed?" The Arabs replied, "Speaking of which, this happened at the beginning of the year. The sovereign emperor passed away, the crown prince ascended to the throne, and the title was changed to holy successor. The second day after the new emperor ascended the throne, he promoted the empress's father, Wei Xuanzhen, from a lowly military officer to the Yu province governor. This was reasonable, after all, he was the emperor's father-in-law. But who knew that just one day later, the emperor would promote him to the position of attendant? Hey! It seemed that the empress was dissatisfied with her father's low official position and was blowing pillow talk. Who was the attendant? That was the prime minister of the empire. He, Wei Xuanzhen, was originally just a bunch of idle petty officials. What virtue did he have to hold such a high position? Not only that, the emperor also planned to promote the wet nurse's son to a fifth-rank official. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to heaven. The head of the secretariat, Pei Yen, was unwilling to agree. He persistently admonished him, but he was unwilling to comply with the edict. The emperor flew into a rage and said to Pei Zhongshu, "Why can't I give the world to Wei Xuanzhen? Why would I want to be an attendant?" Pei Zhongshu was shocked and hurriedly reported to the empress. The empress was furious and gathered all the civil and military officials to depose the emperor and confer Prince Yu as the new emperor. While the two were talking, an 8 feet tall man walked out of the cabin. He looked to be in his 30s, with 2 thick black eyebrows, sharp cheekbones, and a curly beard. His curly beard was long and dry, and he looked very imposing. He stretched lazily, like a tiger that had just woken up from a nap. Looking around at the bustling scene on the dock, the big man raised his thick eyebrows and said with a smile, "Grandfather is right. The atmosphere of the Tang dynasty is indeed extraordinary, rich and prosperous, unparalleled in the world. Let me enter the city to take a look." After saying that, the big man jumped onto the shore. The captain saw this and hurriedly left the Arab merchants to stop him. The big man heard a few words and said impatiently, "Although this is my first time here, I am proficient in the language of the Tang dynasty." "What do you mean I am unfamiliar with the people and the place? Go and do your business. I came here to take a look around and see the people of the Tang dynasty." He patted the sword at his waist and said in a clear voice, "I am only one man and one sword. I am free to come and go. Don't be noisy. I am leaving." Not far from the entrance of the governor's office of Guangzhou, Ashichou and Nyonyo were begging. It was not easy to beg in this place, but in order to escape the revenge of the little wolf, they had to avoid the places where the little wolf could easily find them. As Ah Cho begged for his life, he was trying hard to find a way to make a living. He didn't want to be a beggar anymore. He wanted to be a person who could earn his own living, but even this humble dream was hard to achieve. Who would hire a 10-year-old child? This child was still a little beggar, and this little beggar even brought along an even smaller burden. Suddenly, the doors of the Guangzhou governor's office opened wide. A tall and straight middle-aged man in a loose robe with large sleeves and a handsome middle-aged scholar slowly walked out. There were many attendants and guards beside the two of them. It was a grand show of extravagance. A passerby said, "Look, that man with the crooked beard is our governor of Guangzhou, Lu Yuanrui. The person he personally escorted out of the mansion must be a very important person." Ashichou looked up and saw the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows like swords and a crooked beard. His movements were graceful, and when he occasionally looked disdainfully, there was a kind of high and mighty aura. But when he turned to look at the handsome scribes, he was immediately full of smiles. The governor of Guangzhou was in charge of the 6 prefectures, 1 prefecture and 1 army. He was like a feudal lord of the imperial court, the local emperor of Guangzhou. A guest who could be escorted by him with a smile on his face must be someone of high status. This guest was a scribe in his 30s. He wore a turban on his head and wore a round collar and narrow sleeves robe. There was a belt around his waist, and a small sword about a foot long hung from the belt. The cuffs of Scribes's robe were printed with plum blossoms, making him look very handsome. But if you looked closely, you would find that she was a woman with a hairpin and a hairpin. There was no need to check if she had an Adam's apple or wonder why she did not have a beard on her chin. Her facial features, her eyebrows and temples, and even her powdered cheeks, it was clear that she was a woman. In the Tang dynasty, it was fashionable for women to dress as men when they went out. But although they wore men's clothing, their facial features were still that of a woman. Next to this madam stood a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old. At the madam's waist hung a small sword about a foot long, but this little girl carried a long sword on her back. The long sword was slung diagonally behind her back, and was even taller than her body. The scabbard barely touched the ground, but the hilt was a lot higher than her shoulder. The apricot yellow tassel of the sword hung on her thin shoulder, reflecting her pretty and delicate face. This strange combination could not help but attract the attention of Achou and Nyonyo. "Let's go, Nyonyo." Achou saw that the bodyguards had started to drive away the surrounding crowd. He knew that with his status, he would also be driven away, so he wanted to pull Nyonyo away. But Nyonyo's small hand that was holding his suddenly tightened. Nyonyo stared closely at the little girl with the long sword and excitedly said, "Elder brother, look quickly, look at the hairpin on her head." "Hairpin?" Achou looked carefully and noticed that the little girl with the sword on her back had a hairpin in her hair. It was a hairpin in the shape of a butterfly, colorful and lifelike. Achou looked at Nyonyo's messy yellow and dry hair, and his heart couldn't help but ache. He habitually rubbed Nyonyo's hair and muttered, "Silly girl. Really a silly girl. Be good, let's go." Nyonyo agreed and reluctantly left with him. She still turned back every 3 steps to look at the butterfly hairpin on the head of the little girl who was almost the same age as her. But she also knew that she was not worthy of such a hairpin. She just wanted to take a look, to take one more look, but even this wish was extravagant. The officials of the governor's office had already begun to chase away the idlers. Achou looked at Nyonyo's bright eyes and gently bit his lips, saying, "Nyonyo, elder brother will make a hairpin for you, a hairpin that is even more beautiful than that little girl's hairpin." Nyonyo's eyes lit up and said with surprise, "Really?" Achou smiled brightly and said, "Silly girl, when has elder brother ever lied to you?" At a place full of banana trees on the roadside, Achou said to Nyonyo, "Nyonyo, you wait here. Don't run around lest you get caught by Little Wolf." "Well, Nyonyo won't run around, wait for elder brother to come back." Nyonyo obediently squatted down under the banana tree, revealing her 2 bare knees from her tattered skirt. After a short time, Achou came back with his hands behind his back and a mysterious smile on his face. Nyonyo immediately jumped up and said, "Elder brother, did you make a hairpin?" Achou proudly smiled and said, "Of course, elder brother promised you. How can I not do it? Guess, what kind of hairpin did elder brother give you?" "I can't guess, quickly let me see." Nyonyo rushed over, Achou smiled and dodged. The two played for a while. Nyonyo finally grabbed Achou's hand. "Wow! What a beautiful butterfly!" Nyonyo opened her mouth and said with admiration. Achou said, "Elder brother caught it to make a hairpin for you." Nyonyo asked him strangely, "This butterfly is alive, how can it be made into a hairpin?" Achou mysteriously smiled and said, "Who said a live butterfly can't be made into a hairpin? You do it." He took Nyonyo's hand, ran to a secluded place and squatted down. He took out a thread from his tattered clothes and carefully tied one end to the butterfly's leg. He then said to Nyonyo, "Come, lower your head." "Oh!" Nyonyo lowered her head. Achou took a strand of Nyonyo's hair and tied the other end of the thread to her hair. He loosened his hand and the butterfly fluttered on Ñoño's hair. "Elder brother, does it look good?" Ñoño looked at Ah-sich-ou expectantly. Ah-sich-ou nodded his head vigorously. "It looks good. Very good. Ñoño's butterfly hairpin looks better than anyone else's hairpin." Ñoño smiled happily. She pulled Ah Chow's hand and dragged him to the side of the stream by the roadside. Looking at herself in the water, her messy bird nest-like hair suddenly stood up. A string of hair was holding onto a butterfly, fluttering on top of her head. Ñoño looked at herself in the water and grinned. She was still the ugly girl with a dirty face and a few broken teeth in her mouth. Ah Cho looked at the reflection in the water. Looking at her blissful smile in the reflection, he rubbed her head dotingly. Coo, coo. After being happy, she was still hungry. Ñoño protected her butterfly hairpin like it was a treasure and said to Ah-sich-ou, "Elder brother, Ñoño is hungry." Ah-sich-ou stood up and looked around. "Ñoño, you wait by the roadside. Elder brother, go get something to eat." Ah-sich-ou walked across the small bridge and passed through the arched hole of the banana tree. Compared to the bustling market, there was a quiet and elegant courtyard. The courtyard was separated from the restaurants on the left and right by two fences. In the courtyard, there was a flag watch. A large ladle for scooping wine was hung on a tall wooden pole, and a long green cloth belt was tied to the bottom of the ladle. The wooden pole was very old. The paint was peeling off and the wood grain was cracked like an old face. This old face was showing off the long history of this old restaurant. The wind was very weak today. The wine ladle was quietly hanging on the top of the pole. Only the long green cloth under the ladle waved weakly a few times. The boy's hunger was weaker than the green ribbon on the flag. He pulled himself together and wiped his cheeks with his sleeve. He tidied his hair to make himself look as neat and clean as possible. Then, he walked into the tavern. Chapter 5. Generally speaking, it was easier to ask for something in the tavern. In order to get rid of the beggars as soon as possible, the shopkeeper would give them some food. However, if they met a stingy shopkeeper, they would not get anything. Ah-sich-ou hoped that the shopkeeper of this tavern would not be too stingy. When he walked into the tavern, there were a few young and beautiful prostitutes singing and dancing to the music in the corridor. High breasts, thin waists, plump and round buttocks, their simple clothes revealed a touch of sexy skin at the waist. Their skirts hung on both sides of their hips, making people wonder if they would fall with their snake-like movements. Their leisurely dancing, accompanied by their sexy bodies, made men salivate. Ah-sich-ou was still a boy, not a man, so he had no interest in these gaudy prostitutes with high breasts and thin waists. His eyes were fixed on the shopkeeper with a goatee, who was doing accounts behind the counter. In the tavern, there were many benches on both sides. The customers were either kneeling or sitting cross-legged on the benches. There was a low table in front of them with food and wine on it. They were drinking, chatting, and enjoying the singing and dancing. It was very impolite to walk in front of the diners, so the boy went around to the back of the guest area and walked to the front of the shopkeeper from the back of the hall. He was very careful and did everything possible to leave a good impression on the owner of the tavern. "Shopkeeper." The boy crossed his hands and bowed politely. "The shopkeeper has a lot of money and business is booming. Please give me some." The goatee's eyes moved away from the account book and coldly glanced at the boy. The wrinkles on his face did not move. He just moved his withered old hand away from the abacus and moved it to his beard. He gently stroked the sparse beard, and then flicked his little finger outwards, as if he was swatting away a fly. Ñoño squatted under the banana tree, holding her hungry belly, waiting for the good news from her elder brother. The butterfly was tired of flying and was resting on her shoulder. She saw her elder brother coming from the other side of the small bridge, and stood up happily. The butterflies were startled and flew up again. A light carriage came slowly and stopped between her and her elder brother, blocking her view. She raised her head and saw the beautiful little fairy wearing a butterfly hairpin leaning on the luxurious carriage, looking at her curiously, Looking at the butterfly on her head, as Ah-Cho walked around the carriage, he saw Nyonyo talking to a nobleman who had just alighted from the carriage. Ah-Cho was startled, thinking that Nyonyo had caused some trouble. He hurriedly stepped forward and smiled apologetically. "My little sister is young and ignorant. If she has offended you in any way, please forgive her." Looking at the scribes, he saw that it was the woman he had seen in front of the governor's mansion, the one whom the governor of Guangzhou, Lu Yuanrui, had personally escorted out of the mansion. Ah-Cho's heart was even more perturbed. As soon as Ah-Cho's voice fell, the little Lolita with the butterfly hairpin came out from the side of the woman dressed in men's clothing. She mischievously tilted her double conch bun and looked at him with a pair of lacquered eyes. She smiled and said, "Wow, this is incredible. A little beggar can actually speak in such a cultured manner. My name is Gongsun Lanji. What's your name?" "Daughter. You don't know the rules." The woman reprimanded her with a straight face and asked Ah-Cho, "Are you this young lady's brother?" Ah-Cho hurriedly said, "First, Madame Gongsun, this little one and Nyonyo are not blood-related. However, we depend on each other and are like siblings. This little one can naturally take responsibility for Nyonyo's matters." The woman smiled and said, "My husband's surname is Gongsun. My surname is not Gongsun. My surname is Pei. You can call me Aunt Pei." Ah-Cho hurriedly corrected himself and said, "Yes, Aunt Pei. I don't know how my little sister has offended you." Aunt Pei smiled and said, "She has not offended me. My mischievous daughter has been clamoring to find a female companion of her own age. Just now I saw this young lady on the roadside. She is clever and has a delicate appearance. My daughter likes her very much. Just now I have already asked her. She is an orphan beggar. Since that is the case, why don't you come under my tutelage and be my daughter's companion? She can also be someone to rely on." Speaking of which, it was Ah-Cho's unique butterfly hairpin that aroused Gongsun Lanji's interest. Otherwise, why would she give a second glance to a beggar on the roadside? As a result, after a few words of conversation, she even liked Nyonyo. Only then did she have the idea to let her mother accept her as a maid. Nyonyo liked Gongsun Lanji's butterfly hairpin. Therefore, Ah-Cho made a butterfly hairpin for her. Therefore, because of this butterfly hairpin, Gongsun Lanji had the idea to accept Nyonyo as a maid and playmate. Who was the cause and who was the effect, it was really difficult to distinguish. Naturally, when Ah-Cho heard this, he was overjoyed. How could a woman who could be treated as an honored guest by the emperor of the Guangzhou prefecture be an ordinary person? If Nyonyo could be taken in by such a noble person, it would really be her great fortune. Otherwise, not to mention that he did not have the ability to fill her stomach, when Nyonyo grew up a little, if she encountered someone like Little Wolf who had evil intentions, he was afraid that he would not be as lucky as last time to protect her. Ah-Cho happily said, "Nyonyo's parents have passed away. She is lonely and has no one to rely on. If Auntie is willing to take me in, that would be the best. This kindness this child will never forget." Nyonyo timidly pulled on the corner of his clothes and timidly said, "Elder brother, Aunt Pei said that she is only willing to take me with her." "What?" When Ah-Cho heard this, he was immediately startled. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Aunt Pei, "Aunt Pei, this child is very diligent. I am willing to be an odd-job servant or a servant boy. Even if there is no salary, as long as there is food to eat and a place to live." Aunt Pei smiled and shook her head. Her smile was like the spring breeze, but the words that came out of her mouth were like a plum hammer that heavily smashed his heart. "Young man, admittedly she is very good, but it is also because my daughter is looking for a companion. Otherwise, why would I take in a beggar girl? I am not doing a good deed." Ah-Cho's face suddenly turned red. He forcefully suppressed the strong feeling of humiliation and turned his head to look at Nyonyo. "Nyonyo, what do you say?" Nyonyo looked at Aunt Pei, looked at her gorgeously dressed daughter, and then looked at the exquisite horse carriage. Her eyes revealed a trace of longing. But when she thought of her elder brother who she depended on for survival, her eyes dimmed again. She resolutely turned her head and said to Sho in a low voice, "I will follow elder brother." Aunt Pei smiled and held her daughter's hand. "Daughter, let's go." Anyang. Gongsun Lanji was reluctantly pulled by her and pouted her lips. Sho heaved a sigh of relief and also held Nyonyo's hand, saying gently, "Let's go." Miss Gongsun walked to the side of the carriage, lifted her skirt and stepped on the footstool. She looked back and suddenly stomped her foot, loudly saying, "Little beggar, do you want her to follow you and be a little beggar for the rest of her life?" That voice floated into Sho's ears, and Sho's smile immediately froze on his face. "Elder brother?" Nyonyo saw Sho's stiff smile and worriedly asked him. Sho still stood there, not moving an inch. "What kind of life can you give her? Do you want her to be a little beggar for the rest of her life?" This question was like a heavy battering ram, hammering on his heart, smashing it into pieces. Suddenly, he grabbed Nyonyo's thin wrist, turned around and ran, shouting, "Aunt Pei, wait! Wait!" The carriage stopped and Aunt Pei poked her head out of the window, lightly asking, "What's the matter?" "Nyonyo, go with Aunt Pei." Nyonyo looked at him in surprise and stammered, "Elder brother." Sho was afraid that Aunt Pei would be annoyed and quickly said to Nyonyo, "Listen to me. If you stay by my side, how can I take care of you? You go with Aunt Pei. In the future, when I make a name for myself, I will look for you. If you have the ability, you can come and help elder brother. We promise each other that no matter who makes a name for themselves, we will find each other and never leave each other. Is that okay?" "Okay. But then get on the carriage, quickly get on the carriage." Sho did not say anything and carried Nyonyo into the carriage. He took 3 steps back and bowed deeply to Aunt Pei. "Aunt Pei, please take care of Nyonyo." Gongsun happily called out, "Nyonyo, come, sit beside me." Aunt Pei lightly ordered, "Let's go." Creak, 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 the sound of the wheels twisting could be heard. Sho bowed deeply to the ground, but did not raise his head. "Elder brother, don't forget what you said. You promised me, don't lie to me." "Elder brother, I will take it seriously." Nyonyo's sobbing voice was getting further and further away, but Sho still bowed deeply and refused to raise his head. When he slowly straightened his back and looked into the distance, the pedestrians on the road were in a hurry, and the carriage could no longer be seen at the end of the road. Sho's heart was as sour as the twisting axle. "This axle, it needs oil. If I become someone's maid, I will get paid, and I can also learn to do needlework. When I save money, I will come back to elder brother. If elder brother has nothing to do at that time, I will become a needle lady to support him." Green grass and trees appeared on both sides of the road, but the carriage had already gone far away. Nyonyo was still leaning against the window, the tears on her cheeks had not dried yet, and she quietly made plans for the future. Suddenly, she thought of a question that made her flustered. At that time, will elder brother still be in Guangzhou? Then she thought again. If elder brother is not in Guangzhou, where can he go? Her small heart finally calmed down. Sho stood at the intersection, trying hard to open his swollen and bruised eyes, and foolishly looked in the direction where the carriage had left. He knew that his choice was right. He was still too young, and he did not have the power to protect Nyonyo, just like he watched his elder sister being beheaded, but he did not have the power to take revenge. If Little Wolf found him, he might not be as lucky as last time. This was a good opportunity for Nyonyo to change her life. But Nyonyo was gone, and his heart was empty. Nyonyo was gone, and he had no family. He did not know what his future path would be. Would he still be a beggar after a few years? If that was the case, would he still have to find Nyonyo? Wait! Sho suddenly came to his senses. He knew that the woman in men's clothing must be a noble person, so he was not worried that his sister had been kidnapped by the traffickers. But in his hurry, he forgot to ask about the other party's identity and residence. If he could become a decent person in the future, how would he find his sister? In a hurry, Acho subconsciously chased in the direction where the carriage had disappeared. At the intersection, Acho stood blankly. He did not know where the carriage had gone. Acho thought, if I am always a useless beggar, why would I bother her? If I have a future, even if I am not qualified to talk to the military governor of a circuit, I can still ask him about the residence of a noble person he knows, right? As Acho was thinking, it was as if there was thunder in his ears. A thunderous voice shouted, "Young man, do you know where the governor's office of Guangzhou is?" Chapter 6. Acho was shocked. He turned his head and saw an 8 feet tall man standing in front of him. He had a leopard's head and round eyes. His beard was like a halberd. He had an awe-inspiring aura. Looking at his clothes, he was dressed like a Kunlun man. The man saw him in a daze and asked loudly, "Young man, do you know the way to the military governor's office?" Acho's heart skipped a beat. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I do. 10 coins. The man stared at him and said, "What?" Acho quickly changed his words, "I know. But leading the way you have to pay 2 coins. The man then understood what he meant. He laughed and said, "Young man, interesting, interesting. All right, I will give you 10 coins. Quickly lead the way." Acho said cheerfully, "All right. Langjun, please follow me." Acho turned around and left with the man. His legs were short, so the man took 5 steps ahead of him. The man was getting impatient. He picked Acho up and put him on his shoulder. He said loudly, "Where should we go? You lead the way." Acho was shocked by the man's action. But sitting on the man's broad shoulder, he was unusually stable. Acho calmed down and pointed the way. The man carried Acho and walked as if he was flying. In a short while, they arrived at the entrance of the governor's office of Guangzhou. In front of the office, a group of Kunlun people were crowding and shouting loudly. Kunlun slaves, Xinhua slaves. They were as famous as the Filipino slaves in the future. Xinhua slaves were obedient and capable. Kunlun slaves were gentle and kind. They were the first choice for the Tangs when they bought slaves. This Kunlun slave was not a black African, but a general term for the people of Malaysia and Southeast Asia. The dark-skinned people of Southeast Asia were all called Kunlun people by the Tangs. Although the people of Kunlun were rich in slaves, there were also merchants and rich people. These people of Kunlun were rich merchants. The burly man rushed to the front of the military governor's office and placed Acho on the ground. He dashed over and shouted, "I've just returned to the ship and heard that something big has happened. All of you have come to the military governor's office to complain about your grievances. What happened?" As soon as the group of Kunlun people saw him, it was as if they had seen their backbone. They immediately surrounded him. Their emotions were stirred up, and their faces were filled with grief and indignation as they complained, "Young master, we are so wronged." Acho stood at the side and listened to their chatter. He vaguely understood what they were talking about. It turned out that these Kunlun people were returning to the Tang dynasty for the first time to do business. After they arrived at the port, they paid taxes according to the regulations, thinking that they could trade freely. Who would have thought that the petty officer at the port would extort money from them? At first they wanted to keep the peace, so they gave the petty officer some goods. But the petty officer bullied them. Seeing that it was their first time coming back, they did not understand the situation of the Tang dynasty. In addition, they did not take the initiative to contribute, so in his heart he was displeased. These Kunlun people's ships could not be considered especially big. The value of the goods they carried was also limited. Their profit from a round trip was not much. How could they allow him to exploit them like this? Seeing that they refused, the petty officer could not restrain his anger. He incited his subordinates to deliberately provoke them. The two sides quarreled. The petty officer's subordinates punched and kicked one of the Kunlun merchants to death. The Kunlun merchants were so agitated that they carried the corpse to the military governor's office to complain about their grievances. As the burly man heard their conversation, he also saw the corpse wrapped in white cloth on the ground. He could not restrain his anger and roared, "The Tang officials have gone too far. What does the Tang dynasty's military governor have to say?" A merchant said, "We have already submitted the complaint, we are waiting for the military governor's reply." Just as he was speaking, the main door of the military governor's office opened. An officer wearing a light blue official robe swaggered out and stood on the step. Behind him came a group of military governor's imperial bodyguards, who followed closely behind him, standing on the left and right. As soon as the merchants saw him, they crowded around him and said at once, "Chiu Yachui, I wonder how the military governor of a circuit will deal with our grievances?" The green-robed officer was about 30 years old, with thin cheeks and sharp triangular eyes. He twirled the sparse beard on his chin, laughed coldly, and said arrogantly, "The military governor of a circuit has issued an oral order. You unruly people are not willing to pay taxes. You also falsely accused an officer of a drunken brawl and came to my military governor's office to make a ruckus. You are extremely hateful. Take him down and throw him into prison." When the Kunlun merchants heard this, they were shocked and angry at the same time. Immediately there was an uproar. The 8-feet-tall man stood at the back of the crowd and heard everything clearly. He couldn't help but step out from the crowd and shouted, "Dog official! How dare you call a deer a horse and distort the truth?" Chiu Yachui was furious. He stretched out his hand and pointed at him, shouting, "This person dares to be so presumptuous in front of the military governor's office. He must be a vicious and stubborn thief. Guards, take him down for me and torture him." "Scoundrel, who dares?" the burly man roared like thunder. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and faced the guards with his chest puffed out. In front of him, a few officials pounced on him, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The two people in front, one holding an iron chain, the other holding a yoke, the iron chain came crashing down on his head. The yamen runner put the iron chain on the burly man's head, tied it up and pulled. The burly man's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. He didn't move an inch. The burly man didn't dodge or evade. He let the iron chain fall on his head. His right fist flew out and, with a pring sound, ruthlessly struck the neck of the yamen runner holding the yoke. With a kacha sound, the yamen runner's head tilted to the side. His neck was actually broken by the burly man's fist. The burly man reached out and snatched the yoke from the yamen runner's hand. He split it into two halves and, with a pring sound, smashed it horizontally on the head of the man holding the iron chain. The burly man slammed the two halves of the yoke, which weighed more than 30 catties, horizontally on the man's head. Like smashing a watermelon, there was a piu sound as red and white matter splattered everywhere. The burly man's face was splashed with blood, making his expression even more ferocious. Chiu Yachui was so frightened that he retreated again and again. He shouted, "Scoundrel, murder! Quickly kill him!" The burly man grinned hideously and said, "Come, come, come, let's see who kills who." He shook his arms and the yamen runner, whose head had been smashed into a pancake, softly fell to the ground. The burly man turned his head and glared at the group of Kunlun merchants, whose faces had turned pale. He shouted, "All of you, quickly return to the boat and wait. Since the governor of Guangzhou is not willing to give us an explanation, we will go and find him to demand an explanation." When the merchants heard this, they carried their companions' bodies and retreated like the tide. They were just some ordinary merchants. Even though they were angry at the injustice of Guangzhou's government, they didn't dare to commit murder. Now that they saw this burly man kill 2 officials with a wave of his hand, they were already scared out of their wits and immediately ran away as fast as they could. When the burly man saw the merchants retreating, he shouted loudly and rushed into the governor's mansion with the 2 pieces of bloody yoke. When the imperial bodyguards of the governor's mansion saw that this Kunlun burly man dared to kill officials, their eyes turned red. They roared and pounced forward, brandishing their swords and spears, recklessly stabbing forward. The governor of Guangzhou, Liu Yuanrui, was the commander-in-chief of Guangzhou's military region during the Tang dynasty. The imperial bodyguards in his mansion were not ordinary. Each one of them was an expert in martial arts. Especially since they came from the military, they were experts in joint martial art. Everyone swarmed forward. It looked chaotic, but their advance and retreat, attack and defense had their own order. For a moment, the shadows of swords and knives flashed around the burly man. There was simply no place to attack or defend. Who would have thought that the burly man, with the 2 pieces of bloody yoke in his hands, was like a tiger in a flock of sheep? He rushed forward in a straight line. Wherever his arms moved, the swords and spears were broken and sent flying. Many of the imperial bodyguards were sent flying into the air, crashing into walls and doors. Some flew over their companions' heads and fell into the courtyard. The burly man's strength was enough to defeat 10 people. He did not use any ingenious moves. He only cared about taking big strides and attacking. Like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, his momentum was unstoppable. Qiu Yachui was so frightened that his face turned pale. He fell to the ground and crawled back a few steps. Then he turned around and dashed towards the door. He screamed, "Somebody come! Somebody come quickly! Evil people!" Before the word evil could come out of his mouth, the burly man stepped forward and stepped on his lower back. Qiu Yachui had just climbed to the knee-high doorsill. The burly man stepped down with an unknown amount of strength. Qiu Yachui let out a blood-curdling scream. There was a poochie sound on his lower back. His robe sank down and was level with the doorsill. Qiu Yachui grabbed the ground with both hands and rushed into the mansion. There was a poochie sound. His official robe fell off his body like a piece of human skin. He was only wearing a small robe. Only half of his body was left. His bloody organs and intestines were dragging on the ground. He crawled through the door with his upper body, but his legs were still outside the doorsill. The burly man's foot, with the help of the metal-covered doorsill, had actually chopped Qiu Yachui in half at the waist. Asit-Oyu stood in the middle of the street, dumbfounded. He had heard his father and elders tell him stories about chivalrous men. But that was just a story. He had never thought that one person could single-handedly defy chivalrous men, fight against injustice, and treat the governor's mansion as nothing. It can be done like this? It can be done like this. The wide-open red door in Asiouyu's young heart suddenly opened up. He saw a completely different world. The blood feud of slaughtering an entire village, the hatred of his parents, and the pain of his sister's death. Asioyu had never forgotten, but he clearly knew that he was powerless to take revenge. The killers were officials. He had already asked around. The soldiers wearing those uniforms were from the capital's Longwu army. They were the emperor's personal guards and the only cavalry unit in the imperial army. He wanted to report this to the authorities, but the strange concealment of the Xiaozhou government clearly indicated that they were in cahoots with the murderer. He was afraid that if he walked through the front door of the Xiaozhou government, he would immediately become a corpse in the gutter. What else could he do? He wanted to live like a human. If he couldn't even do it without shaming his ancestors, how could he take revenge? So he buried that hatred very, very deep. He didn't dare to think about it. The pain, the wound, and the fire of hatred burned his soul. But he didn't have the ability to take revenge. He could only endure. But now this Kunlun had shown him a brand new world. The guards who had rushed out of the courtyard saw Qiu Yachui's frightening appearance and retreated in shock. In an instant they created a semicircle around Chiyo Yachui. Chiyo Yachui sensed something was wrong and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw that he was still in the doorway from the waist down. Only half of his body could escape. He couldn't help but let out a scream. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. He was scared to death. The burly man gave a harsh shout and leaped into the air like a sparrow hawk. While in the air, he threw 2 pieces of shackles toward the tips of the spears and knives of the guards. He then pulled out the long sword in its sheath. He leaped and somersaulted like a dragon, fast as a swan. The sword in his hand flew out and a bright light shone on the sun. Audiobook stood outside the yamen and was stunned. When the sword in the burly man's hand flew out, a bright light shone into his eyes. He quickly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the guards lying on the ground. Many of them were wailing and rolling on the ground. Some of them raised their weapons and rushed to the back of the yamen. It seemed that the burly man had entered the hall and went straight to the marshal's hall. Audiobook stood on the opposite side of the street. There was a pile of strange-looking corpses in front of the yamen. The smell of blood wafted in the air. Near and far there were people running and screaming. There were also people patrolling and watching. Audiobook stood there, his heart beating like a drum. His legs were trembling. The sun shone on him, but his body was cold. He really didn't expect that the Kunlun man would be so fierce. He also didn't expect that it would be so easy to kill. That's right. The Kunlun man killed his way into the military governor's office. The only feeling he had was, easy. So easy. Chapter 7. Audiobook stood there motionless, not knowing how long he had been standing there. By the time he felt the shivers on his body gradually disappear, and he felt the warmth of the sun shining on his body again, the burly man suddenly appeared at the doorway again. Behind him, groups of soldiers swarmed forward, their sabers and spears forming a forest of spears and a mountain of sabers. When they were about 2-3 feet away from the burly man, the imperial bodyguards suddenly stopped and formed a tight formation, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. As soon as the burly man stepped over the threshold, he turned his head around and glared like a tiger. Immediately there was a burst of terrified cries and the soldiers retreated several steps back. The burly man burst into laughter. Suddenly his leg flew up and kicked heavily on one of the large doors that had been half opened amidst the chaos of the battle. Boom! A deafening noise, dust flew everywhere, the door hinges shattered, and half of the large door whistled toward the soldiers. After kicking the door, the burly man did not turn his head back to take another look. He walked down the stairs in big strides and was about to leave when Audiobook suddenly summoned his courage and rushed in front of him, opening his arms to block his way. As soon as the burly man saw Audiobook, he could not help but ask in surprise, "Young man, why haven't you left yet?" Audiobook's heart was beating like a drum. In a moment of desperation, he casually said, "Because you haven't paid me yet." The burly man was taken aback, but then he burst into laughter and said, "Interesting. Interesting. What grandfather said was right, the Central Plains is indeed full of wonderful people." By this time the half of the door had been sent flying, killing and injuring more than a dozen people. The remaining soldiers mustered up their courage and continued to charge forward. The burly man heard the chaotic footsteps behind him. Suddenly he leaped forward and grabbed Audiobook. He laughed out loud and said, "What a good little boy who wants money more than his life. When we reach the pier, I'll pay you what you owe me." Being held under the burly man's arm, Audiobook felt the scenery on both sides flashing past him, as if he was flying. The burly man spread his legs and unexpectedly moved faster than a galloping horse. For a moment Audiobook was unable to speak. He could only feel the wind blowing against his face. He could only shut his mouth and hold his breath. Even so, the burly man's clothes were stained with blood and the smell of it still filled his nose and mouth. The burly man ran all the way to the pier. The Kunlun merchants had already gathered on the ships and were looking in their direction. When they saw the burly man, they all cheered incessantly. The burly man put down Asioyu and said while squinting, "Young man, you still dare to ask for money. Young man, you have some guts." Asa courage and said, Asioyu said, "Ah man, I killed because he was unfair. Kunlun, I Sijoyu. If you kill someone for the sake of avoiding a debt of 10 coins, then I'll take it that I misjudged you." The man tossed his beard and laughed. He reached into his robes and said, "I haven't finished my business yet, so how can I have money for you? Here's an ingot of pure gold. I'll give it to you." The burly man took out a gold ingot and handed it to Sijoyu. He laughed and said, "Young man Chou, don't show off your wealth. Go, go." After saying that, he jumped like a giant frog. With a whoosh, he flew 2 feet in the air and landed on the bow of the ship. The people on the ship were already ready. The moment the burly man landed, the sailors raised the sail and pulled the anchor. At this time, the people on the pier did not know what happened in the military governor's office. They were busy loading and unloading goods. Only a few merchants nearby saw the bloodstains on the burly man. Although they were surprised, it did not cause too much commotion. Chou was anxious. He wanted to chat with the burly man for a while and get closer to him before talking about business. He did not expect the burly man to be like a raging fire. He came and went as fast as a spark. He did not even give Chou a chance to speak. Chou quickly knelt on the pier and held up the gold ingot. He said loudly, "Warrior, I want to be your disciple and learn martial arts." The burly man laughed and said, "You little brat, don't think too much. Leave quickly and don't cause more trouble." "Warrior, please accept me." Chou quickly kowtowed, but the burly man ignored him. At this time, the ship slowly moved away and was about 4 to 5 feet away from the shore. From afar, a battle cry could be heard. The burly man stood at the bow of the ship and looked around. He saw flags fluttering in the distance and people shouting and horses neighing. They gathered into a long dragon of smoke and dust. He did not know how many soldiers were in the dragon. He shouted, "Young man, why are you still here? The officials here are greedy and muddle-headed. Be careful that you don't become a scapegoat." Chou was anxious. He steeled his heart and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Warrior wants to go to the military governor's mansion to seek revenge, but why do I have to lead the way? There are many people in the city who saw Warrior carrying me and bringing me back. If Warrior leaves, the crime of murder will fall on this little brat's head. Warrior did not kill this little brat, but this little brat will die because of Warrior." The burly man at the bow of the ship frowned and said to himself, "What a scoundrel brat, really annoying." He looked up again and saw the soldiers stirring up a trail of smoke and dust. They were getting closer and closer. The burly man muttered, "In my whole life, I have only seen Grandfather as a hero. Grandfather has never harmed an innocent person. Am I going to harm this little brat's life and tarnish his good name?" Seeing the pursuing soldiers were getting closer, the burly man did not have time to think. He leaped up, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Like a goshawk, he flew toward the pier. Many of the merchants and sailors on the pier cried out in alarm when they saw his power. Chou saw the burly man suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately his waist tightened and he was lifted up by the burly man's hand. A gust of sea wind blew, making his face cold. Bang! The bow of the ship swayed slightly. He was carried by the burly man to the bow of the ship. Chou calmed himself down and happily bowed down. He kowtowed and said, "Disciple greet Shifu." The burly man snorted heavily, "Scoundrel brat, get up." He clasped his hands behind his back and stood on the bow of the ship. He only looked at the soldiers and did not look at Wei Xiaobao again. The soldiers rushed to the pier and commandeered the merchants' boats in an attempt to give chase. Chou did not see the burly man refusing. He was delighted. He kowtowed 3 times and crawled up. As soon as he saw the soldiers boarding the ship one by one, he could not help but worry. Shifu, the military governor of a circuit, has sent people to pursue us. The burly man laughed and said, "Are you talking about that dog official? I've already cut off his head. If he dares to pursue us, I will behead his soul." Humph, this group of dragons without a leader will not be able to catch up. When Shifu heard this, he was shocked. Although he knew that this burly man had killed his way into the military governor's mansion, he did not expect that he would be able to enter the mansion in the blink of an eye and actually behead the Guangzhou military governor and come back unscathed. This cheap Shifu that he had accepted as his disciple had such great abilities. He was practically the same as the legendary sword immortals. To be able to accept such a Shifu. Thinking about this, Shifu was elated. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Disciple has not yet asked for Shifu's great name and which school of martial arts you are from." The burly man laughed and said, "Kid, have you read too many legendary stories? What school of martial arts? My surname is Zhang and my name is Bao. This martial arts is passed down in my family." Shifu said respectfully, "Shifu has such amazing martial arts. Grandmaster must be a famous hero in the world." If Shifu had said something else, Zhang Kuo would not have cared. But in Zhang Kuo's heart, he only worshipped his grandfather. Shifu's words scratched his itch. Zhang Kuo laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! You might not know about my father, but when it comes to my ancestor, he is worthy of being called a great hero whose name resounds throughout the world. I'm sure a little kid like you has heard of his reputation before." Shifu hurriedly said, "May I know which famous hero is Grandmaster?" Zhang Kuo said proudly, "In the chaos of the last years of the Sui dynasty, many heroes rose up. My ancestor had the intention to conquer the world. Later he asked his sworn brother to assist Li Shimin to go overseas and establish himself as the king. At that time people called him Curly Beard." Shifu was shocked and cried out, "Curly Beard?" This time, Shifu was like Sun Wukong, whose palm was hit 3 times by Grandmaster Bodhi. All 36,000 pores on his body were filled with joy. The ship sailed on the sea and the night was boundless. It was Shifu's first time on a ship. He lay in the cabin thinking, and could not fall asleep for a long time. He missed Nyonyo. He did not know when he would return and whether Nyonyo would be able to find him. If he returned to Guangzhou and the military governor of a circuit was dead, he did not know who to ask about the identity of the Aunt Pei who took Nyonyo away. His heart was filled with joy. If he could become the disciple of Dragonbeard Visitor's grandson and learn outstanding martial arts skill, he would be able to avenge his deceased father and mother, as well as his sister who died tragically. The blood feud that he had been suppressing at the bottom of his heart and didn't even dare to think about all surfaced. He could never forget his sister's head that flew into the air and that heavy pain. With all these kinds of emotions, whether happy or sad or hateful, his thoughts were up and down. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He simply got up and quietly left the cabin. The river of stars shone brightly. The ship sailed in the boundless night. The sound of waves rose and fell like the waves in his heart. Shifu faced the night wind and walked to the bow of the ship. He saw a tall figure standing there. That dark figure was like a boulder, standing there steadily, motionless. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Zhang Kuo did not turn his head and only asked lightly. Shifu stood still and bowed. "I can't sleep. I want to relax at the bow of the ship. I don't want to disturb Master." He turned his head to look at the dark sea. Zhang Kuo did not turn his head but seemed to see his movements. He said, "Don't worry. The pursuers have returned at night. They are no longer chasing." Shifu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Yes." Zhang Kuo stood steadily at the bow of the ship, still looking up at the sky. Shifu could not help but ask, "What is Master looking at?" Jean Qua did not turn his head and said, looking at the stars, "Tonight's celestial phenomenon is really strange." Acichoyu looked up and followed Jean Qua's gaze. He looked at the bright river of stars and found an extremely bright star pointing toward the east. It was like a pearl with a white core and a bright blue halo around it. That huge pearl stretched across the sky, dragging a long blue tail behind it. The blue halo on the tail became fainter and fainter until it completely disappeared in the sky. Aroyu could not help but exclaim, "What a big star!" Jean Qua smiled and said, "It's just a jinx. What's there to be surprised about?" When he finished, he pinched his chin and tugged at his beard, mumbling, "But such a big and bright jinx is really rare. It's really strange." He pondered for a moment and suddenly turned his head and said with a smile, "I haven't asked you yet. What's your name?" Acichoyu said respectfully, "This disciple does not dare to hide anything from master. This disciple has no real name, only a nickname, Cho. This disciple came from a good family, but now I have fallen to become a beggar. I have a blood feud, but I cannot take revenge. As long as this disciple does not take revenge, I will be ashamed of my ancestor's surname. Master can just call me Acichoyu." Acichoyu, since you are my disciple, you must have an official name. Tonight, the stars in the sky are a rare sight. I will use this star as a name and give you a name. How about Xingqi? Acichoyu said in a low voice, "Xingqi is a good name. But if master named this disciple after the jinx, wouldn't this disciple become a big jinx?" Jean Qua laughed and said, "This is the first time I came to the Tang dynasty. I didn't succeed in my business, didn't have a good tour, and even lost someone's life. With such bad luck, aren't you still a big jinx?" Acichoyu thought of the hundreds of innocent lives in the Peach Blossom Village and felt uneasy about this big jinx. He argued, "Master is wronging this disciple. When this disciple met Master, something bad had already happened." Jean Qua laughed and said, "Even if you say that Xingqi is not good, you should at least have a name. How can my disciple always be called Acichoyu? Why don't you give me a name?" Cho looked forward at the huge waves undulating at the bow of the ship, the faint white spray, turned back to look at the dark night sky. In the sound of the waves he raised his head to look at the huge sail that was filled with wind, plowing through the night sea. He said excitedly, "Disciple has thought of a name. Master, this disciple will be called Yang Fan." That night, in the eastern capital of Luoyang, a woman surnamed Wu was also leaning against the railing and gazing into the distance. She stared at the 20-feet-long blue comet in the night sky that was pointing straight to the east. She was quite surprised. This comet arrived abruptly and stretched across the vast sky. Only after 49 days did it disappear. The entire world was shocked by it. The woman surnamed Wu, who was looking at the stars in the sky, saw this as an auspicious sign. She announced that the name of the dynasty would be changed to Guangzhai, and that the people would be pardoned. The eastern capital of Luoyang would be changed to Xindu, and the names of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries would be changed. The Hall of Governmental Affairs would be changed to Funga, the Gate of Governmental Affairs would be changed to Luantai, and the Hall of Governmental Affairs would be changed to Wenchangtai. The 6 ministries of officials, revenue, rights, military, punishment, and works would be changed to heaven, earth, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was the first year of Guangzhai. Chapter 8. At 2 o'clock in the morning, when the sky had just begun to brighten, the city tower on the main gate of the Taichu Palace in Luoyang started to announce dawn to the entire city. The impassioned sound of drums rippled out from the main gate of the imperial palace in all directions. Then the drum towers on the main streets in the east, west, north, and south sounded. The drums were divided into 5 waves, 800 times. In the waves of drums and bells, the gates of the imperial palace, the gates of the imperial city, and the various workshops all opened. Temples of all sizes in Luoyang also came to join in the fun. The monks rang the morning bells one after another. The impassioned beating of the drums and the deep and distant ringing of the bells intertwined, awakening the divine capital, Luoyang. Millions of people welcomed the rising sun that shot out from the eastern horizon. In each workshop, the snack shops had already opened for business before the drums on the Taichu gate sounded. In the Xiaowen workshop, the firewood under the stoves on the snack stalls jumped brightly and warmly. The bare-chested whose chef banged the sesame seed cake, Master Meng from Jiaodong opened the steamer basket. White steam rose, and the fragrance of the dough spread. Old Yuchi, who had a long beard that was curved like hooks, used bamboo tongs to pick out the sesame seed cake that had just been baked, and place them in the bamboo basket like flowers. The sesame seed cake was golden and yellow, and the fragrance filled the air. In the second alley of the Xiaowen workshop's cross street, there was a small shed. Under the shed was a large pot, and next to it was a long board. A girl of 16 or 17 years old, wearing a blue cloth apron, her sleeves rolled up, and her 2 white arms were exposed. She was working as she greeted the customers. The eldest young lady was quite pretty, especially her small mouth, which was naturally curled upwards. Just by looking at her, one could tell that she was quite happy. While her stall was small, it had everything. The pot was boiling, the firewood was burning under the stove, and there was a large piece of dough on the chopping board. A rolling pin danced in her hand, and in a moment, a thin and large pancake was rolled out. She neatly folded it, and with a knife, everything was cut into tens of thousands of strands. With more guests, there was more work under the canopy. She had to knead, roll, cut, cook, and deal with the guests. She could do it all by herself. A tall and skinny man in a loose robe with large sleeves and a pair of wooden clogs walked up to the stall. He said succinctly, "Pasta, 1 bowl." This restaurant only sold noodle soup, so there was no need to specifically say that they wanted to eat pasta. In fact, he was greeting this young lady. The eldest daughter's surname was Jiang Suning. Because her parents only had one daughter, they gave her a special name, Jiang Suning. Jiang Kaishek's pasta soup was one of the best in Xiaowen workshop. After waking up in the morning, she would drink a bowl of soup, filling her stomach and warming her up. The nearby residents often came to help her with her business. After a long time, they started calling her Pasta instead of her real name. Okay. Jiang Kaishek agreed. She took the big bowl, scooped up some noodles from the pot, and added 2 spoonfuls of soup. They were all familiar customers, so she knew his taste very well. There was no need to ask. She quickly ordered some chopped onions, ginger, and chives. The tall and skinny man with the ancient style of the Qin and Jin dynasties put down the 3 coins, rolled up his sleeves, picked up the big bowl, and squatted down by the roadside to fill his stomach. As soon as the ancient man from the Han and Jin dynasties left, another person came up from behind. He was only a little taller than the big pot. His hair was tied up with an old piece of cloth, but it still looked messy. He bowed respectfully to Jiang Kaishek and said in stiff Chinese, "Mine, 1 bowl, thank you." This was a Wei Nation man. Although he was a customer and had to spend money, he was very respectful and courteous to the owner. The Wei Nation people were not like this in the past. However, in the Battle of Bai River a few years ago, the Tang dynasty completely annihilated their navy. Since then, the Wei Nation people no longer dared to put on an arrogant Emperor of the East to the West attitude. At the entrance of Xiaowen workshop, a large group of people waiting to go out had already gathered. Because the workshop workers had not come to open the door for a long time, some people could not help but rush into the street drum pavilion and impatiently beat the drum. 2 of the workers on duty today came late and were walking side by side on the crossroads of the workshop. The worker on the left was about 18 or 19 years old and was currently yawning like a hippopotamus. As he yawned, he rubbed his eye wax and his hand felt for the key at his waist. His belt was loosely tied and his hair was a bit messy. When he walked, it was as if there were springs under his feet. With every step he took, he trembled. He looked like a delinquent. Originally, the function of these workers was equivalent to that of the city management of the future. When Basho hired them, he chose them based on their bravery and fierceness, as well as their ability to control people. In this era, people like them were called delinquents. With this kind of behavior, they lived up to this title. The servant walking beside him looked to be 2 years younger than him. This young man was much more pleasing to the eye. He had a slender waist and a tall and straight figure, like a tall beam that had been filled with water. He was full of vigor from his very bones. The young man's appearance was also very good. His eyebrows were handsome, his nose was straight, and his lips were clear and full. He had a kind of girlish elegance. When he smiled at people, 2 small dimples would appear on his cheek. Unlike the other worker, when he walked, his shoulders did not sway and his body did not sway. He was very steady and powerful. The sleepy-eyed worker was called Ma Chiao. He was the only child in his family, but he had many cousins. Among his cousins, he was ranked 6th, so the acquaintances of the workshop called him Epsilon Majoris. The handsome young man on the right, who was 2 years younger than him, was called Yang Fan. He had only moved to Luoyang for about half a year. It is said that he moved here from Jiaoji. He also had an older brother in his hometown, so acquaintances called him Beta Persei or Erlang. The young girls and young wives of the workshop chatted with each other. They all agreed that Yang Fan was the most handsome out of the 187 workers of Xiuwen Workshop. Coupled with his amiable and simple personality and shy personality, he was very popular with women. At this moment, he was smiling and nodding his head to greet his neighbors. His wheat-colored skin, snow-white teeth, and sunny and handsome temperament made him very popular with the women nowadays. Especially his smile, it was always a little bashful and shy. When he met the coquettish eyes of a hot girl, his face would slightly blush. Just this blush alone was enough to make the women's hearts itch. Women are like springs. If you are strong, they will be weak. If you are weak, they will be strong. Encountering such a young and handsome man who would blush at every turn, the bored girls and young wives of the workshop would often tease him for fun. Every time they teased him until he blushed, they would laugh for half a day. Ma Chiao rushed to the front of the workshop and saw the dong-dong-dong drum was still beating incessantly. He said with dissatisfaction, "What are you shouting for? What are you beating for? It's not like you're in a hurry to attend a funeral." An old man immediately slapped him on the back of the head and roared, "You little bastard, you have no respect for your elders, how can you say that?" An auntie next to him grabbed his ear and shouted, "Get out of here, boy, I'll tell your mother later. Look at Erlang, he's so polite and knows the rules. He's younger than you by 2 years, you should learn from him." After being lectured by the uncles and aunts who watched him grow up, Ma Chiao quickly shut his troublemaking mouth. Like a street rat, he awkwardly squeezed to the front of the workshop and pulled out his key to open the door. Beta Persei also pulled out his key to open the other lock. As soon as the door opened, there was a loud bang, and the people who had been waiting for a long time rushed out. Some were carrying baskets, some were carrying poles, some were pushing carts, and some were leading mules. Epsilon Majoris and Beta Persei stood at the door and did not have time to leave. Like 2 reeds in the wind, they were pushed around by the crowd. Epsilon Majoris could not stand steadily because of his drowsy eyes, so he swayed. As for Beta Persei, maybe some young lady or wife took the initiative to squeeze in and take advantage of him. The women of the Tang dynasty were very valiant. Men were not the only ones who could appreciate beauties. If they saw a handsome, cute, and delicious young man, women would also be willing to take advantage of him. When the people gathered in front of the workshop door had all left, Ma Chiao and Yang Fan spun 2 rounds like a top before they stood still. Yang Fan greeted Ma Chiao, "Brother Chiao, do you want to eat noodle soup?" Ma Chiao yawned and waved his hand, saying, "No, Anyang has already made dinner. I'll go back and eat with Anyang." Ma Chiao was a well-known filial son in the workshop. He was very filial, so much so that the workshop even thought of recommending him as a candidate for filial piety to be reported to the imperial court. Unfortunately, in addition to being filial to one's parents, one also needed to be knowledgeable, multi-talented, and honest. And Ma Chiao only had the advantage of being filial to one's parents. Being knowledgeable and multi-talented was out of the question for him. This fool did not even know a word. As for being honest, let's not talk about it. Yang Fan agreed, and Ma Chiao walked with his bad people's workshop ding steps to the cross street. He walked a few steps as if he was sleepwalking, and suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly stopped and turned around, calling out to Yang Fan, saying, "Xiao Fan, tonight, same place, same time." As Ma Chiao said this, he quickly gave Yang Fan a look. Yang Fan understood and replied with a shallow smile, "Got it? Brother Chiao, don't worry, I'll be there on time." Ma Chiao nodded, yawned, and turned to leave. Yang Fan suddenly called out to him, looking him up and down. He suspiciously asked, "Didn't we do anything last night? Why are you so sleepy?" Ma Chiao choked and rolled his eyes at him, saying, "You wake up so early every day, aren't you sleepy?" Yang Fan looked at his back and shook his head strangely. He then walked towards Jiang Suning's noodle stall. The diners squatting by the roadside with bowls of soup in their hands saw him and greeted him enthusiastically. "Beta Persei, good morning. Erlang, good morning." Time flew by, and it was already the first year of Yongchang. This was a morning in the eastern capital, Luoyang, and also a morning in Xiuan Workshop. Chapter 9. Jiang Kaishek deftly scooped a bowl of noodles for the Japanese man. Before she could add any seasoning, a clear voice said, "Sister Ning, give this little brother a bowl first. Add more chili oil. This little brother's stomach is about to shrivel from hunger." Eldest Miss Jiang knew who it was as soon as she heard the voice. She didn't even raise her head as she coquettishly said, "You stinky brat. It's not like you'll starve to death if you eat later. Why do you have to come when there are so many people? Are you a hungry ghost reincarnated or something?" Although she said that, she still put an extra chopstick of pasta into the bowl, ordered some chopped green onions and chives, and drizzled a few drops of chili oil made from cornel. She stole a glance to see that her mother, who was burning the fire under the stove, wasn't paying attention. She quickly took out a small gourd from her blue apron, pulled out the stopper, and flicked some pepper into it. Pepper was still a relatively rare item at this time, and it was also relatively expensive. Not everyone could enjoy it at the street food stalls, and the Japanese man beside her was extremely envious. Pasta and Ma Chiao were the first two people Yang Fan met when he came to Luoyang. He settled in Luoyang, bought a house, bought land, and recruited workers. It was all thanks to these two people that Yang Fan had the best relationship with. Pasta loved him as if he were his own little brother. Yang Fan could vaguely see some of his deceased sister's charm in Pasta, and he sincerely treated her as his own sister. Pasta quickly finished the process of secretly adding pepper. Seeing that his mother was immersed in adding firewood and didn't notice his little action, he playfully stuck out his tongue at Yang Fan and pushed the big bowl over. Yang Fan took the big bowl and thanked Jiang Kaishek. He slammed the 3 coins on the table and shouted, "3 coins!" Her pretty face tensed up and she glared at him reproachfully. Yang Fan's salary as a shopkeeper was limited. As a single man, there was no one to take care of him, and he didn't have a plan to spend his money, so his life was even more difficult. Therefore, Jiang Suning usually took good care of him. Yang Fan could manage 3 meals a day, and he often came to her stall to eat noodles. As long as his mother wasn't paying attention, Jiang Suning wouldn't take his money. Yang Fan didn't treat Pasta as an outsider. He gladly accepted his sister's kind intentions. But it was only recently that he learned from Ma Chiao that the reason Sister Ning worked so hard every morning to make snacks was to save for her dowry. During the Tang dynasty, the dowry of a woman's bride was very heavy. It was difficult for a poor girl to get married, no matter how beautiful she was. Unless she married a poor mountain man, if the dowry was too small, her husband's family would despise her and make things difficult for her. Ever since Sister Ning's father passed away, the mother and daughter had been living off the mountain. Her family's circumstances weren't good. She was going to get married at the end of this year. Her husband's family was the Liu family of Yongkong Lane. Although they didn't have an official title, they were still a family of scholars. The mother and daughter were afraid that their husband's family would look down on them if the dowry was too small, so they started to make money from the snack business 3 years ago. It was all so that she could have a decent dowry when she got married. It wasn't easy to run a small business, so how could Yang Fan take advantage of her? He purposely said it out loud to attract Jiang Suning's mother's attention, so that Pasta's sister wouldn't refuse. Yang Fan understood his sister's good intentions, so he smiled apologetically at Jiang Suning. Only then did he pick up the bowl of fragrant and hot pasta soup, walk to a tree, and sit on a rock to eat noodles. There were many rocks under the tree. The snack stall didn't have a place to eat, so the people who ate the noodles all held their bowls and ate casually. The people who ate the noodles were all neighbors. As they ate, they would chat about the mountains and the north. Yang Fan didn't speak much, but he listened attentively. He was a very good listener. In the past, Curly Beard's grandson, Zhang Kuo, broke into the governor's office in a rage and took the head of the Guangzhou governor, Liu Yuanrui. He then left with his sword and went out to sea on a boat. He was famous for a while and became one of the famous wanderers in the history of the Tang dynasty. However, no one knew his name. The history books of later generations recorded this matter, but they all referred to him as Kunlun. Zhang Kuo came and went without a trace. He seemed to be free and easy, but he was pestered by a little beggar, Yang Fan. Although Zhang Kuo was arrogant and straightforward, he valued his reputation the most in his life. He didn't want to harm the kid's life because of his own matters, so he could only bring him to Nanyang. Yang Fan lived in Nanyang for many years, learning martial arts from his master. When he made some progress, he couldn't wait to say goodbye to his master and return to the Tang dynasty. After Yang Fan returned to the Tang dynasty, he first went to Guangzhou Prefecture and found a few petty officials who worked in the governor's office of Guangzhou. Unfortunately, the identity of Aunt Pei was too mysterious. Although the day when the military governor of a circuit personally sent Aunt Pei out of the mansion was the day his head was taken by Kunlun, some people still remembered this woman, but they didn't know her identity. Yang Fan had no choice but to give up looking for Nyonyo and went to Shaozhou Prefecture. His little sister lived in a wealthy family and didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Although she was a servant, Aunt Pei and her son didn't look like masters who treated their servants coldly. He expected that she would be safe for the time being. He couldn't find her for the time being, but he didn't have any worries because he still had another thing to do. The blood debt of the village that happened in the second year of Yongchun. The only clue he had about what happened that year was the appearance of the cruel official who stood on a high slope and coldly gave the order to slaughter the village. The man with deep wrinkles, sunken eyes, and an aquiline nose. In Shaozhou, he still didn't gain anything. In these years, the various forces in the imperial court had been fighting against each other. Sometimes they lost power, sometimes they gained power. There were too many officials who lost their positions and even lost their lives. The provincial governor of Shaozhou, who issued the announcement that a plague had broken out in Huanshan village, was implicated in Su Jingye's rebellion and was beheaded. At that time, the chief judge of Shaozhou Prefecture was implicated and returned to his hometown. Yang Fan chased after the chief judge to his hometown, but the chief judge knew nothing about the inside story of this matter. The only news he knew was that those people came from Luoyang and their background was so great that the provincial governor had no choice but to clean up after them. Even though he knew that the victims of the Huanshan village murder case were all slaughtered, He could only use the outbreak of a plague to cover it up and didn't dare to report the truth to the imperial court. As for the origin of the 11 surnames in Huanshan village, Yang Fan's family never mentioned it to him when he was young. He also didn't doubt it. He had never left his small village, so he didn't feel that his village was different from other mountain villages. He always thought that he was just an ordinary mountain villager. However, after he grew up and experienced a lot, Yang Fan gradually realized that the small mountain village he grew up in did have many suspicious points. It wasn't only because of the sudden massacre of the village, but also because of the many differences between the villagers he grew up in and the ordinary villagers. There seemed to be too many secrets buried in that nameless valley. His parents, his neighbors, everyone's origins were shrouded in mystery. Unfortunately, it seemed that the household registration of every elder in the village had been tampered with. Yang Fan couldn't find out their earlier origins based on the household registration materials. Their identities, origins, and even their names were all fake. The acceptance of them was handled by the provincial governor back then. Even the chief judge that Yang Fan found didn't know the details. It was strange that the provincial governor had to personally handle the resettlement of more than 10 households of villagers. He didn't even dare to ask others to do it. However, the people in the officialdom believed that it was better to avoid trouble, so no one took the initiative to inquire about these things. Yang Fan learned almost nothing from the chief judge. The only useful thing was to find out the origin of the army from the chief judge. It was the Lanwu army, the only all-cavalry army in the Tang dynasty's imperial army. Therefore, he came. He spent money to buy a household registration and moved into the Xiuan workshop where many officials of the imperial court lived, becoming one of the workers. In the past 6 months, he had gotten used to his identity and the environment of Luoyang, but he still didn't get any results from the information he wanted to inquire about. The one that left the deepest impression on him was the green-robed civil official, but the people he could come into contact with were limited, and the people he could come into contact with were not of high status. It was impossible for him to draw the unforgettable appearance of that official from memory and ask people all over the street. The more reliable clue to investigate was the army that he knew nothing about at the time, the Lanwu army. For an army to be dispatched from the eastern capital, Luoyang, to travel thousands of miles to Shaozhou to massacre a village, there must be an important reason. There must be an ulterior motive, and there must be a high-ranking instigator behind it. But strangely, after more than 6 months of investigation, he still hadn't found a single clue. It was as if there had never been such a group of people who had done such a heartless thing. He had once suspected that this bloody case was the work of the imperial court, but as he investigated step by step, this suspicion was gradually dispelled. There were no traces left, and any possible clues had been erased. With the boldness of the current imperial court's Empress Wu, she had killed so many princes of Li Tang's imperial family. Her entire family had been executed, and even the women and children had been slaughtered. She had never been bashful, so why did she need to cover it up? These days, on one hand, he was investigating the government, on the other hand, he was investigating the people. There were many things about the officials that could not be found out from the government, but the common people knew in detail. Don't look at these common people's low status. Some of them were servants in the rich and powerful families, some of them were guards of the houses of the officials, some of them had family members who worked as accountants in the rich and powerful families, and some of them had wives who worked as cooks or midwives in the rich and powerful families. Therefore, many things that outsiders could not know could not be heard from others, but could be heard from their own mouths. Su Xiaojie, who was in a hurry, knocked his rice bowl twice and began to croak. Su Xiaojie was a horse driver, and he had a donkey at home. Every day, he would bring the donkey to a bustling place or the city gate to wait. When someone hired his donkey, the hirer would ride on the donkey, or use his donkey to carry goods or luggage, and he would follow behind on foot. Thus it was called a hurry, because the hurry came into contact with all kinds of customers every day and was experienced and knowledgeable. Su Xiaojie would have some new stories to tell everyone every day. Every day, he would be the first to talk about what he had heard the day before. Ahem. Yesterday, when I was in a hurry, I heard something interesting. Chapter 10. Seeing everybody was looking at him, Su Xiaojie giggled and said, "This happened a few days ago in Guiran Square. It is said that there is a family surnamed Xia living in Guiran Square. The daughter of the Xia family likes a young man surnamed Sun from the same square, but she is too ashamed to confess to him. This daughter is illiterate, so after thinking about it, she gave the young man a silk handkerchief. The young man received the young woman's handkerchief, but he did not know what she meant, so he went to ask a scholar in the square for help. The scholar took the handkerchief and looked at it twice, but there was not a single word on it, and there was also no picture on it. The scholar was a bit confused. However, the scholar carefully thought about it, and then said to the young man, "Congratulations, congratulations, the young woman has feelings for you." The men who were slurping their pasta soup all said at once, "How could that scholar see through a blank handkerchief?" Su Xiaojie proudly said, "That's why I say scholars are scholars, they are very quick-witted." That scholar said, "Look at this blank silk handkerchief, no matter how you look at it, there's only a thread on it. Silk means thinking, isn't it, because the young woman likes you?" In the end, the two people's happy occasion came to an end. One of the men slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Isn't it? A handkerchief made of silk, doesn't it express love?" What Su Xiaojie was talking about today was the love affair between a man and a woman, and did not talk about the affairs of a government official's family. If they were allowed to continue talking about this topic, perhaps this morning's conversation would turn into the love affair between a man and a woman. Yang Fan had a mind to lead them to end this topic, to change the topic to the anecdotes of government officials, so he said, "In my opinion, I am afraid that the young woman who gave the handkerchief to the young woman herself did not think so much. She is a woman, but she was willing to give the handkerchief that she always carries with her to that man. Her affection is very clear. It's just that the man she likes is a bit straightforward, so he did not think of this point. The scholar couldn't help but think a little more complicated. But fortunately, his thoughts were also on the matter of love, so he didn't hinder the other party's good time. Chen Ershu, you are working for the assistant minister's Fu. Have there been any special events recently? That second Uncle Chen was engrossed in eating noodles. After eating, he raised his head and smiled. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, a young girl wearing a green waist-length skirt and a white wide-sleeved shirt walked towards them as if there was no one else around. The girl's steps were light like a cat's. Only when an acquaintance greeted her would she show a very surprised expression and look at them seriously. Then, she would suddenly realize something and greet them politely. "Is Chen Ershu here?" The young girl walked closer and narrowed her eyes as she asked the crowd. Just 5 feet in front of her, a rough man with a full beard was sitting against a tree. This person was the Chen Ershu that Yang Fan had just called. Chen Ershu stood up and greeted the girl. In a bright voice, he said, "Miss Xiaodong, you've come. I'm here." "Oh, Chen Ershu, your robe is done." Miss Xiaodong's somewhat unfocused eyes seemed to find a focus. She walked towards him. A man sitting on a rock to the side eating noodles quickly moved his leg, afraid that he would trip her. Miss Xiaodong walked towards Chen Ershu with a smile. She handed over the robe that was hanging from her arm and said in a small voice, "Second uncle, your robe is done." Not only did this young girl have a delicate voice, but she was also relatively thin and weak. She looked quite pretty, with a few playful freckles on her nose and cheeks, but they weren't very obvious. Chen Ershu put down his bowl and wiped his hands on his clothes. He took the new robe and looked at the fine stitches and neat workmanship. He said happily, "Haha, Xiaodong, your robe is really fast and good." Xiaodong smiled and said, "Second uncle is too polite. If second uncle likes it, you can come to my house to make robes in the future. We're all neighbors, so the price will definitely be lower." Chen Ershu nodded repeatedly and said, "Of course, of course." Xiaodong hesitated for a moment, and a faint blush appeared on her face. In a small voice, she said, "Just now, I think I heard Erlang's voice. Is Erlang also here?" As Xiaodong said this, she narrowed her eyes and looked at the other people sitting under the tree. She was born with poor eyesight. In modern terms, she was born with a high degree of myopia. When she looked at people, her eyes would subconsciously narrow. Yang Fan was a bachelor, and his family didn't run a restaurant. He ate here every day, so how could he not be here? Miss Xiaodong was asking a question that she already knew the answer to. At this time, Yang Fan was holding a bowl of soup and timidly hiding behind someone else's back. Ever since that one time when Miss Xiaodong fell and was coincidentally seen by him, he rushed forward to help her up. This Miss Xiaodong seemed to have feelings for him. As long as she saw him, she would like to find something to say to stick to him. Although Yang Fan could vaguely guess what she was thinking, she hadn't confessed, so he couldn't clearly reject her. He could only try his best to avoid her. Unexpectedly, a man next to him pulled a fast one and pushed him forward while he wasn't paying attention. Yang Fan cried out and staggered. The bowl of soup he was holding in his hand spilled out. Not only did it spill onto his hand, but it also splashed onto Miss Xiaodong's skirt. I'm sorry. Miss Xiaodong, I wasn't careful." Yang Fan turned his head and glared at the man, then turned his head to apologize to Xiaodong. Miss Xiaodong moved closer and saw his appearance. She happily said, "It's all right, Erlang didn't do it on purpose. Don't be so polite. Are you scalded?" As Xiaodong said this, she took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and helped him wipe the oil stains on his hand. Yang Fan awkwardly said, Miss Xiaodong, I'm fine. The soup is already warm, you don't need to this, ha ha." Miss Dong held his hand in her own and carefully wiped it for him. She said softly and slowly, "Erlang is living alone. You should be more careful in everything you do. Don't always act rashly. Are your clothes dirty? Why don't you take them off and I'll take them back to wash for you?" As she said this, she actually wanted to take off his coat. Yang Fan was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, It's all right. Miss Xiaodong, you don't have to be too polite. I only have this set of clothes. If I take it off, I won't have anything else to wear." Xiaodong faintly sighed and said, "Men have to go out and entertain guests. How can they not have a set of decent clothes? This is a man's face. Erlang, come home with me. I will help you measure your body and make a new set of clothes for you." Xiaodong sighed and said, "You are a man after all." Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, "No need. I am very short of money. I can't afford to buy a new set of clothes right now." Miss Xiaodong softly said, "That's not a big deal. You can give me money whenever you have it. Even if you don't have any money, it's all right." At this point, Miss Xiaodong slightly lowered her head. Her face showed a bit of shyness. Yang Fan embarrassedly said, "Many thanks for Miss Xiaodong's kindness. For the time being, I don't need to buy a new set of clothes. When I want to make clothes, I'll definitely ask Miss for help. Oh, Basho called me. I think there's something he wants me to do. Miss Xiaodong, I'll leave first. See you later." Yang Fan picked up the rice bowl and fled. A few men's laughter came from behind him. Beta Persei is so unreasonable. This is even clearer than Silk is thought. Why do you pretend to be stupid? That's right. Beta Persei, Auntie Hua's knitting workshop is very profitable. Auntie Hua only has one precious daughter. She loves you very much. Why don't you be her live-in son-in-law? From now on, you'll have a good life and you'll have a sweet wife who loves you." Everyone laughed. Xiaodong's face was flushed like a peach blossom. She was so embarrassed that she stamped her feet and said, "Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to ignore you." After saying that, she lifted her skirt and slipped away. Although her eyesight was poor, she was familiar with the workshop. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any problem. Looking at the girl's fleeing figure, louder laughter came from under the tree. The work of the workshop workers was scattered. There were no fixed tasks. Yang Fan wandered around and leisurely finished her day's work. When night fell, she went with Ma Qiao to lock the workshop's door. Luoyang City implemented a curfew. At night, other than government officials and people with special permits, no one else was allowed to pass. All of the common people lived in a square. These squares were equivalent to a residential district. Outside of the square, there were nearly 2 zhang high walls. Even at night, the doors had to be locked. Once the door was locked, all the streets became deserted. When the curtain of night completely covered the earth, the streets became even darker. Not even the shadow of a ghost could be seen. Every household had their lights on, like the stars in the sky. Marquis Wu's patrol officers patrolled the streets from time to time. If anyone went out at night and was caught by them, they would suffer. There were also places that were brightly lit. Rich and powerful families would host large banquets in their homes to entertain guests. They would drink wine and dance to liven things up. In the brothels, beauties would sing and dance. The sounds of bamboo flutes and orioles would be heard. No one would care about you. The curfew only forbade you from going out at night. No matter how lively you were at home, it had nothing to do with others. However, rules were set by people. If people set the rules, then there would naturally be people who broke the rules. Other than the main roads like the cross street and the alleys, if the residents walked around at night, the Wu Ho would usually turn a blind eye to it, too lazy to care about it. Yang Fan's home was at the end of the 7th section of the 1st section of the workshop. In the dark of night, he quietly slipped out of his courtyard. He quietly stood in the middle of the alley for a while. Seeing that the road was very quiet, he sneakily moved forward. At the same time, a black shadow sneaked out of the 8th section of the alley. Xiao Gu'er! Xiao Fan! The two people gathered together and cautiously looked around. Ma Qiao patted Yang Fan's shoulder and said, "Let's go, time to do something." Chapter 11. The northern shore of the Luo River, Taichu Palace. The 9 continents pond of Taichu Palace covered an area of 10 hectares and was more than a zhang deep. Birds and fish swam in the pond, flowers and plants grew everywhere. The pond was curved and winding, shaped like the 9 continents of the Eastern Sea. Clear canals wound around the continents and the bamboo trees grew verdant. The Radiance Palace Hall above the 9 continents pond was beautiful and magnificent. Its eaves were 3 layers high, its coiled dragon pillars, its lattice windows, its flying eaves, its many pill powders, its roof tiles, its scales, and its rainbow bridges. Every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree, all showed their ingenuity. Could be called the work of the gods. With a burst of hearty laughter, Wu Zetian slowly walked out of the Radiance Palace Hall. At this time, the golden crow had already set and the moon was high in the sky. 2 rows of lanterns illuminated the hall as if it were daytime, clearly illuminating her appearance. Empress Wu had a square forehead, slender eyebrows, and a face as round as pearls and smooth as jade. She wore an open silk gown and a golden silk cloak wrapped around her shoulders. Within her grace was a gentle beauty. Empress Wu was skilled in maintaining her youthful appearance. Although she had children and grandchildren, she was an old woman in her 60s, yet she still looked like she was in her 40s. At this moment, her fair cheeks were flushed red, as if she was a little tipsy from drinking. However, her eyes were clear and bright, without the slightest hint of haziness. Wu Zetian stopped on the steps and excitedly said, "Have Imperial Physician Shen make a bowl of soup to sober up and have him wait in the palace. We will go to the peonies and walk by candles to disperse the smell of alcohol." In the Han and Tang dynasties, the Empress Dowager also called herself Zhen, but Wu Zetian had called herself Zhen a little earlier. As early as when she ruled the world with the two saints, Gaozong and Li Ji, she had already called herself Zhen. With the decree, the hundreds of lanterns in the peonies outside the Radiance Palace Hall were lit. The lights reflected the light of the water and the stars in the sky. 2 rows of palace maids carried their lanterns forward. Empress Wu spread her arms and leisurely descended the steps, stepping into the peonies. The lanterns in front of them were tall, the feather fans behind them were swaying. 12 palace maids, 6 at the front and 6 at the back, lined up in 2 rows, walking lightly and gracefully. Empress Wu, who was walking in the middle, was wearing a skirt that flowed lightly to the ground, winding more than 3 feet, as if she was the Queen Mother of the West descending to earth. Wu Zetian loved peonies. There were many varieties of peonies in Luoyang, and they were all famous species. After careful cultivation by the gardeners, many varieties could bloom in spring and autumn. Even in winter, peonies could bloom in a warm cellar. Walking among them, the blooming flowers were like brocade, and the fragrance of the flowers filled the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. Wu Zetian was in a good mood. Tonight, she drank wine and the officials were in harmony with each other, making her feel even happier. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to oppose her. In the first year of the Guang family, there was a brave Su Jingye who dared to rebel. Although it only took 2 months, he was defeated by her troop. Su Jingye led several cavalry to break out of the encirclement and wanted to go to the east to seek refuge in Korea, but he was also killed by his mutinous subordinates. After that, the royal princes of Li Tang's royal family, such as Prince of Han, Prince of Hua, Prince of Jiangdu, Prince of Lu, Prince of Yu, Prince of Gua, Prince of Fanyang, and Prince of Langyi, were forced to rebel by her one by one. In just a few days, they were all annihilated by her, who had long been prepared. After the princes of the royal family were executed one after another, her position became more and more stable. Although there were still some officials in the court who had different ideas, without the banner of Li Tang's royal family, they could no longer play any trick. Recently, there were often auspicious signs presented to the court in the country. Today, there was another county magistrate who reported an auspicious sign, saying that a farmer's rooster had laid an egg. Auspicious signs emerged one after another, which was exactly what the people were looking for. Naturally, Empress Wu was very happy. Empress Wu walked in a winding manner. Beside her, there was a young man dressed in a moon-white robe with a soft toque on his head. The young man had thin shoulders and a slim waist. His figure was slender like a crescent moon. His aura was crystal clear like a jade slip, gentle, beautiful, and pure. If Empress Wu was a rich peony in full bloom, then the person accompanying Empress Wu was a fresh and meaningful, fair and beautiful lily of the valley. At a glance, one could feel a faint scent of books. This person was Shanghai Wan, whom Empress Wu trusted and put in an important position. Shanghai Wan gently held Wu Zetian's arm and softly said, "Today, the chief of the new pacification army, Shuihui, sent a memorial saying that he has found traces of the Turkic Khaganate Gu Dulu and is leading an army of 200,000 to pursue him." Wu Zetian happily smiled and said, "I originally wanted to give this great merit to Ashur, but it's a pity that when his troops reached Zai, the Turkic army fled without a fight. I hope that this time he can catch up to Gu Dulu and return with a great merit." Shanghai Wan sweetly smiled. "Shueshur is brave and brave. He will definitely not disappoint Empress's expectations." Wu Zetian smiled slightly and asked, "Is there anything else?" Shanghai Wan lightly said, "There is one more matter. After Su Jingye was executed, his younger brother, Seo Kyungjin, has been on the run and has not been brought to justice. Recently, he fled north to Dingzhou with the intention of joining the Turkic Khaganate. He was captured by the Dingzhou government and is currently on the way to Luoyang. The Dingzhou government has already submitted a file on the interrogation." Wu Zetian glanced at her. Shanghai Wan took a step forward and said, "The Dingzhou government said that after they captured Xiao Kyungjin, they interrogated him. Xiao Kyungjin confessed that it was Gong Sai of Luozhou and Zhang Siming of Luoyang who secretly helped him escape to Dingzhou." Wu Zetian stopped walking. A cold, murderous intent rose between her brows. Zhang Siming. I trusted him wholeheartedly and gave him the position of Luoyang magistrate. Who would have thought that he would have second thoughts about me? Good. Good. Very good. Since my kindness cannot obtain his loyalty, then I will use knives and axes to extract his sincerity. Wu Zetian's eyebrows rose and she said to Shanghai Wan, "Throw Gong Sai and Zhang Siming into prison. When Xiao Kyungjin arrives, hand him over to Zhou Xing for interrogation. Xiao Kyungjin has been on the run for many years and has never been brought to justice. The people secretly helping him must not only be Gong Sai and Zhang Siming." Shanghai Wan understood tacitly and hurriedly replied, "Yes. Tomorrow morning, Wan will report to Zhou Xing." Wu Zetian gave a low and continued to walk forward. However, she was no longer in the mood. Outsiders only know that Wu Zetian is a woman who does not lose to men. They only see the domineering side of Wu Zetian. They do not know that she is a woman after all. And women will always have emotional moments. Just when she thought that she has won the hearts of the people and no one would dare to openly oppose her, she suddenly discovered that Zhang Siming, whom she doted on and trusted, had betrayed her. This woman, who has the entire world in her hands, is obviously in low spirits. This is someone whom I have personally groomed. Why would he betray me? Is it just because I am a woman? Why can't women rule the world? Wu Zetian sighed angrily. The flowers in front of her are blooming like a brocade, but she no longer has the mood to continue watching. Shanghai Wan saw that she was not in a good mood and gently advised, "Heavenly Empress must be tired. You should rest early. There are still state affairs to attend to in the morning assembly tomorrow." Wu Zetian nodded her head. She lightly stretched out her large sleeves and said, "Set off, return to the palace." Just as Wu Zetian turned around, a strange change occurred. The palace guards were scattered among the flowers, like mushrooms scattered on the grassland. Their positions seemed loose, but in reality, they had already protected all of Empress Wu's paths. At this time, on the left shoulder of Empress Wu, about 10 zhang away, a guard called out and then disappeared into the flowers. His call was very resounding and very short. It was as if an explosive sound had just burst out from his throat, but before the sound could form, before the breath could rush out of his throat, it was forcefully held back. Thus, it appeared abnormally strange. Although this sound was strange, it was not resounding. However, because Empress Wu's mood was low, no one dared to raise their voice. The peony garden was abnormally quiet. Thus, even though they were separated by 10 zhang, they could still hear it. Wu Zetian slightly raised her eyebrows and looked towards the direction of the sound. It was another short and strange sound, as if someone was about to spit it out. This time, they saw with their own eyes an armored soldier suddenly disappear into the flowers. This armored soldier's position was only 8 zhang away from Empress Wu. Then, there was another cry. This time, because the armored soldier was already on guard, the cry came out from his throat. He only shouted half a word, "There's," before abruptly stopping. This time, he was only 6 zhang away from Wu Zetian. Shanghai Wan was tall. She saw that the peony suddenly split to the left and right, as if there was a giant python as thick as a water bucket rushing in. The flower branches split and petals flew. Shanghai Wan could not help but be startled. She tenderly shouted, "Protect the Emperor!" Shanghai Wan shouted loudly. The well-trained armored soldiers approached one after another. They surrounded Empress Wu within a radius of 4 zhang. It was as if they had cast an iron wall in an instant. Pung! A cluster of flowers exploded. The bowl-sized peony mixed with countless flower branches was like a pillar of water. It surged up to 2 zhang high. Then, it turned into a colorful rain of flowers and fell down. In the rain of flowers and petals, a light green figure rolled up. It suddenly paused. Then, with a xiao sound, it turned into a stream of light and flew towards a corner of the wall. The guards at that position had just closed in. Their legs were still not stable. Although the guards at that angle had just closed in, the well-trained and highly skilled guards reacted very quickly. They shouted in unison. 4 swords slashed at the light green figure. The swords were single-edged. They had a thick ridge and thin edge. They were extremely sharp. The Japanese samurai swords of later generations imitated this type of sword. The swords used by the palace guards were all high-grade swords that had been tempered 100 times. They were sharp and shiny. 4 swords, 1 chopped the head, 1 chopped the neck, 1 stabbed the abdomen, and 1 swept the leg. In an instant, the figure that was rushing over broke into a net of steel swords. He would be torn to pieces by it. Just as they were about to meet the first saber, the light green silhouette suddenly dropped down and with a "walla" sound sank into the peony bushes. The 4 of them pulled out their sabers and were about to change their attack when the silhouette once again leaped up from the bushes and rolled over the peony bushes that had been beautifully trimmed by the pruning craftsman in the palace. Like a windmill, the silhouette's body was only a small distance away from the beautiful flower at the top. The light green silhouette tumbled all the way. Among the 4 guards, the one who stood closest to the front let out a loud cry and knelt on the ground on one knee. His calf had been pierced by the opponent's sword, and blood spurted out from the 2 wounds on the front and back. The assassin's movements were too fast. It was only at this moment that he realized it. Blood gushed out and he cried out. Note: Wu Zetian was not called Wu Zetian at this time. In reality, Wu had never been called Wu Zetian. In the history books, she was originally a member of the Wu family. She didn't even have a name. Perhaps she did, but the history books didn't record it. After she became a talented person, Li Shimin gave her a name, Mei. She was called Wu Mei. After she became the emperor, she invented a character with the sun and moon in the sky, Mei. She was called Wu Mei. Currently, her real name should be Wu Mei. Wu Zetian was a name that later generations used to refer to her as the great sage emperor Wu Zetian. In the novel, because of everyone's reading habit, they called her Wu Zetian. Chapter 12. Like a windmill, the light blue silhouette of the man swept forward, turning the gorgeous and luxurious peonies into a shower of petals, making his figure faintly discernible. When his strength was exhausted, he sank back into the cluster of flowers. By the time 7 or 8 sabers stabbed into the cluster of flowers, he was already like a nimble python, slipping back along the bottom of the cluster of flowers, and then leaping back to a place about 30 feet away. Ah! Screams of pain rang out. The guards in the front row where the assassin rolled past all cried out in pain. Some of them had their index fingers cut off, some had their wrists pierced, blood dripping down and their fingers were cut off, buried under the flowers. Some could no longer hold the sabers in their hands. The sabers fell out of their hands, followed by a line of blood, like a dream under the blurred light. The palace maids panicked. The lanterns in their hands seemed to be blown by the wind, reflecting Empress Wu's face, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. They didn't dare to flee, nor were they able to flee. However, their instincts of terror caused them to involuntarily make dodging and fleeing movements, causing the light to become blurry, and this flickering light caused the atmosphere to become extremely mysterious. All of you stand firm, raise the lanterns high. Shangguan didn't know kung fu, but her courage was no less than a man's. She shouted loudly to calm the panicked palace maids, and then rushed forward to support Empress Wu, who was a little unsteady on her feet. Wu Zetian's hands were shaking, her black jade-like hair slightly trembled, her face was livid, not because of fear, but because of anger that someone dared to assassinate her. In the current Tang dynasty, someone dared to assassinate her, the Holy Mother Shun Huang Empress Wu. She had just received the news of Zhang Siming's betrayal, and now someone dared to assassinate her. Wu Zetian coldly shouted, "I want him alive! I want to see, in this world, who dares to be so bold." Following Wu Zetian's loud shout, the round pearls on her forehead also slightly swayed. At this time, the retreating figure suddenly sprang up, taking advantage of the moment when the front row of guards fell down in pain and the back row of guards wanted to go forward to capture the assassin. The formation was a little chaotic. He suddenly rushed forward. At this time, there was no lying on the ground saber technique in this world. The armored soldiers were skilled in martial arts, but they were not used to this kind of crouching down fighting style. In addition, they were wearing armors. Bending down to this degree was very inconvenient. Their movements were inevitably sluggish, allowing that person to rush into the inner circle of guards. That assassin was like a ghost, stabbing left, right, like a wisp of smoke. The moment after stabbing several people, he suddenly jumped like an arrow, turning himself into a sharp arrow released from an arrow, swift, straight towards Empress Wu. Shanghai Wan protected Wu Zetian and quickly retreated. Her pair of bright eyes had already clearly seen the assassin who was flying towards them. He was dressed in green. His face was also covered with a green cloth. This was a head covering, only his eyes were open. Other than that pair of eyes that were as bright as the cold stars in the sky, nothing else could be seen. Under the green cloth, that pair of eyes were slightly narrowed. When an ordinary person wanted to kill someone, no matter if they were nervous or excited, they would unconsciously feel a little nervous, thus opening their eyes wide. But this person, who was trying to assassinate the Empress Wu in front of the imperial bodyguards, unexpectedly narrowed his eyes. That kind of coldness, that kind of naturalness was like a butcher who had killed pigs all his life. When he raised his knife, it was just like usual, stabbing a tied-up pig's neck. He could do it even with his eyes closed. But the difference was, there was no danger in killing pigs, but assassinating Empress Wu was different. He had completely disregarded his own life and death. The only thing that Shanghai Wan could notice was the cold and bright eyes of the assassin, the tightened face cloth, and the fluttering sleeve of his clothes. As for that fatal sword, it was instead ignored by her. When the sword was in a person's hand, the dangerous thing was not the sword, but the person holding the sword. "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" Shanghai Wan cried out in despair. This indifferent like a chrysanthemum woman finally lost her composure and began to panic. Wu Zetian quickly retreated. She retreated another 3 steps and then stood upright, not retreating even half a step. Her skirt was too long, reaching 3 feet to the ground. When she retreated to this point, she had already stepped on her own skirt. If she retreated any further, she would inevitably fall in a sorry state. With today's Empress Wu's status, with today's Empress Wu's pride, she would rather be killed by a sword than fall flat on her back and become the laughing-stock of the world. Wu Zetian stood steadily, her body like a boulder. Her eyes were also as steady as a boulder. The only things that were still swaying were the 2 hair ornaments in her hair bun. Her eyes also slightly narrowed, as if she wanted to clearly see the person who was about to take her life. When Empress Wu was attacked by an assassin, the bodyguards in the light and in the dark all jumped out to meet the enemy. Some were flying and chasing after the assassin, some were moaning in pain. Some palace maids finally abandoned their palace lanterns out of fear, screaming and squatting on the ground. There were also palace servants and eunuchs screaming and shouting. Shanghai Wan pulled Wu Zetian, a trace of hesitation on her face, as if she wanted to block the sword in front of Wu Zetian for her, but couldn't summon enough courage. In everyone's eyes, there was only one assassin, and in the assassin's eyes, there was only one Wu Zetian. The sword light was like lightning, crossing the distance of several feet in a flash. When the assassin's sword stabbed towards Empress Wu, the sword cut through the air like a ray of light, cutting through time and space, cutting through distance. Some people were so shocked that their faces turned ashen, some screamed, and some angrily rushed over. Everyone ignored 2 people, the 2 little palace maids. They were 2 little palace maids who were fanning themselves. They were little palace maids who belonged to the guard department. Their hair was combed into a spiral bun, their faces were equally delicate and pretty, and their foreheads were also painted with plum blossom makeup. They wore the same red narrow sleeves, white scarves wrapped around their shoulders, and green skirts dragged on the ground, with the concentric knot ribbon fluttering at the edge of their skirts. They were slender and elegant, like the two willows that followed behind Empress Wu. They were also like two swaying lotuses, graceful and enchanting, and every trace of them seeped into one's bones. However, no matter if they were willows in the wind or lotus flowers on the water, with Empress Wu standing in front of them, no one would notice them. Standing in front of them was the Empress of the Tang dynasty, who regarded the Li Tang royal family as nothing and had all the heroes in the world in her hands, like a rising sun. Accompanying the Empress was Shanghai Wanner, who was in charge of the North Gate Secretary, known as the female Prime Minister, with a beautiful face like a bright moon, who would pay attention to two young and immature-looking girls who were fanning themselves. They were just two little palace maids fanning themselves. They each held a barrier fan in their hands, and the handle of the fan was only as thick as a thumb, about 12 feet long, and the barrier fan had 5 colored pheasant feathers as its surface. When the Empress of Heaven went out, it was used to block the sun and block the dust. When the Empress of Heaven came to court, they were the two decorations behind the Empress, just like the two barrier fans. Over time, everyone would ignore their existence. But useful things and things that were used every day were two different things. Hidden swords for 10 years, but once unsheathed, they were still murderous swords. A broom, used every day, was still a broom. When the sharp sword condensed into a cold star and pierced towards Wu Zetian's throat, the two people and the two fans behind Wu Zetian, who were decorations, suddenly moved together. The assassin was like a sword, and the sword was like a cold light, suddenly arriving. The two fans also suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Empress Wu, crossing the two feather fans to meet the sword light. With a bang, the two feather fans exploded, and the sky was filled with feathers. At the same time, there was a clang, where the sword and the fan collided. There was a string of dazzling sparks. The azure-clothed man and the sword in his hand moved like a ghost, and no one could catch a glimpse of him. However, when he was only 3 feet away from Wu Zetian, he was blocked by two seemingly fragile feather fans. The feathers fluttered, and under the illumination of the light, the 5 colored feathers changed into 10 colors, flashing in the air, extremely beautiful. But in this beautiful scene, there was an infinite amount of murderous intent. The two little palace maids raised their arms, and a clang sound was heard. The two feather fan handles that had lost their fans sprung out a sharp blade that was more than a foot long. The handles of the feather fan immediately turned into 2 dreadful long spears. The two maids twisted their wrists, and the spears thrust towards the assassin like agile snakes. The assassin was greatly surprised. He never thought that Wu Zetian's strongest guards would actually be these two little palace maids. At this time, he finally noticed the appearance of the two little palace maids. The two little palace maids, one had willowy eyebrows, and her charming eyebrows were like a rainbow. The other had a pair of sword-like eyebrows, black and bright, and compared to most women, she had a bit more heroic spirit. The two little palace maids both had a little plum blossom between their eyebrows. The flower had 5 petals, making them look more delicate than the flowers. But the spears in their hands were not delicate at all. The spears were like agile snakes spitting out their tongues, not leaving the assassin's vitals. As long as he was hit, the assassin would definitely die on the spot tonight. The assassin had no choice but to give up on the target of Wu Zetian, and turned to fight with the two little palace maids. Because he was caught unprepared, the assassin had lost the initiative, and was constantly defending, and could only retreat step by step. The clanging sound was incessant, and sparks flew everywhere in the night sky. Everyone then realized a reality. This assassin, until the two little palace maids made their moves, this was the first time his weapon had clashed with the opponent's weapon. Previously, the assassin had fought with the guards for so many rounds, but before the weapons had clashed, he would immediately change his moves and stab again. From the beginning to the end, the guard's weapons had never clashed with the sword in his hand. After only 5 rounds, the assassin leaped diagonally into the already somewhat sparse flower shrubs that had been trampled on, and shook off the last few stubbornly standing petals on the branches. His figure flashed, and with another flash, he had already appeared 100 feet away. As soon as they started fighting, the assassin realized that the 2 maids beside Empress Wu were highly skilled in martial arts. If the 2 of them joined forces, he would have no chance of winning. The other armored guards had also surrounded him, and if he did not go to the inn, he would definitely be left behind, so he flashed away. But although his speed was fast, it was ultimately not as fast as the speed of an arrow. The moment he flashed away diagonally, one of the little palace maids had already thrown out the spear in her hand. The slender spear was like a giant arrow, chasing after the assassin's smoke-like figure, and piercing through his shoulder blade. The assassin let out a muffled groan, pulled out the spear from his shoulder, and threw it back. His figure flashed again, and disappeared. Chapter 13. Zhen wants him alive. Empress Wu shouted in a low voice. The little palace maid who threw the spear flew out. Her speed wasn't much slower than the assassin's. Her figure flashed twice, and she appeared at the place where the assassin was shot. Halfway there, she picked up the thin spear that the assassin had thrown back. She quickly swept it around and chased in a direction. The other little palace maid returned to Empress Wu's side. She pressed her hand on the handle of her fan. With a clang, the sharp spear tip sank into the handle of the fan. Their mission was to protect Empress Wu's safety. If Empress Wu was assassinated, it would be useless to exterminate the 9 generations of the assassin. Therefore, the 2 personal bodyguards responsible for protecting the Empress would never leave Empress Wu's side at the same time. Wu Yudao, who was on duty that night, stumbled over. He was still 10 feet away when he knelt on the ground with a thud. He kowtowed heavily and said in a trembling voice, "This official came late to protect your majesty. Please forgive me, Empress Dowager." At this time, the feathers that filled the sky were still fluttering and dancing like snow. Wu Zetian didn't even look at him. She only asked Shanghai Wan "Which guard is on duty in the palace tonight? Who is the commander?" Shanghai Wan bowed and said, "Yulin Guard's Right Lieutenant General Wang Ruffring. Tonight, all the soldiers on duty in the Right Guard will be transferred to the Yingzhou border. Starting from Wang Ruffring, all of them will be sent to the prison for inspection. Yulin Guard's Great General Quan Xianqing will see Zhen tomorrow at Hanyuan Hall. This matter must not be made public. Whoever dares to gossip will be killed without mercy." After Wu Zetian finished giving her orders, she flicked her sleeves and left. The assassin's martial arts were very high, especially his ghost-like movement technique, which was even more frightening. However, the tightest security in the Imperial Palace wasn't inside the palace. The Imperial Palace was the home of the Empress. It was the only place where they could put down their masks and relax. Who would be on high alert in their own home and place heavy troops everywhere. It was tight on the outside but loose on the inside. The important defenses of the Imperial Palace were set up on the outside. The Imperial Palace had 9 floors, and it was so tall that it could reach the moon. There was not a single tree within 1,000 feet of the palace walls, not even a blade of grass. Humans were not birds, so how could they cross such a vast distance without being discovered? Outside the imperial city, there were sentries every few steps, and all of them were shrewd and capable imperial bodyguards. How could an assassin pass through without a sound? It was not rare for an assassin to act violently in front of her. What was rare was, why would he appear in front of her? There was only one explanation: someone in the palace was helping him. The moment Wu Zetian was stabbed, she thought of this problem. Although the kings of Litang are all dead, there are still people who haven't given up. Just now, when the assassin was acting violently, in Wan Er's eyes, the most frightening thing was not the sword, but the person holding the sword. Similarly, in Empress Wu's eyes, the most terrifying thing wasn't the assassin, but the person who controlled the assassin. Empress Wu held back a cold smile, and a murderous aura gradually filled her slender eyebrows. Wu Yudao knelt in the midst of the snowflakes that filled the sky. He looked at Shanghai Wanner with a pleading gaze. Shanghai Wanner also didn't look at him. She only flicked her sleeve, and like a white cloud, she slowly left. 2 soldiers walked over, and their large hands heavily pressed down on his shoulders. The Empress was angry, and a bloody purge was about to begin. Luoyang City was like a large square chessboard. The Luo River was the boundary between the Chu River and Han River in the middle of the chessboard, dividing the entirety of Luoyang City into 2. The 2 sides of the river were also square, horizontal, and vertical. The streets were the lines on the chessboard, and the squares were the squares on the chessboard. The people in the squares were the chess pieces on the chessboard. The Imperial City and Imperial City were located to the north of the Luo River. To the north of the Luo River, other than the Imperial Palace, there were 28 squares and a northern city. To the south of the Luo River, there were 81 squares, a western city, and a southern city. The main streets crisscrossed the 109 squares, and transportation was convenient. Other than the Luo River running through Luoyang City, the squares were also crisscrossed by rivers and canals, and transportation by land and water was extremely convenient. Although Luoyang City was shaped like a square chessboard, it had its own universe within. Here was the world's tallest building, Heavenly Hall, and the world's second tallest building, Mingtang. Perhaps in the Heavenly Hall, the giant Buddha statue that could stand dozens of people on its little finger was also the largest statue in all of the cities in the world. Here, there were large, magnificent, and gorgeous. Naturally, there were also small, exquisite, and exquisite. For example, old trees, faint crows, small bridges, flowing water, and people. Where Yang Fan was hiding, there were trees, crows, bridges, water, and people. On the water, there was even a water wheel that was purely used for viewing. The water flowed and the water wheel turned, emitting a pu-pu-pu sound. Crouching on the earthen walls, under the shade of the trees, he could see the main roads and alleys, and all the pedestrians going in and out, but no one else could see him. Using the sound of the water to speak softly, he didn't have to worry about being seen. Tonight, Yang Fan and Ma Qiao had come out to steal. Ma Qiao was a shopkeeper, and the income of a shopkeeper was actually very meager. Thus, during the day he helped Marquis Wu maintain the peace in the square, and at night he would transform into a thief, stealing things from Marquis Wu. He was not insatiably greedy when it came to stealing things. He did not steal every day, nor did he steal things that were too valuable. Thus, although there were frequent burglaries, Marquis Wu and the others never took it to heart. Most of the time, the neighbors would just stand at the door and curse a few times. Ma Qiao pulled Yang Fan into the gang because he felt sorry for him. Seeing that it was not easy for him to make a living in Luoyang on his own, it was barely enough for him to feed himself with the income of a shopkeeper. Not to mention saving money to marry a wife, it was difficult for him to even buy meat and a pot of wine. Therefore, Ma Qiao was of a mind to help this brother of his to make some money. Therefore, one night, Ma Qiao cut 1/2 kilogram of pig head meat and bought a pot of green ant wine. Then, he went to Yang Fan's house and started to persuade him sincerely. In fact, Ma Qiao was very familiar with the square. He had always committed crimes alone and did not need any helpers. He was helping his brother in disguise. Yang Fan, who found it hard to refuse Ma Qiao's kindness, felt that it was a good cover for him to go out at night all the time. Therefore, he agreed immediately and resumed his old business. He followed Ma Qiao and became a thief that he had not done for many years. What he stole were still the odds and ends that he could not show to the public. Sitting on the wall, Yang Fan was waiting for Ma Qiao to come back. He raised his head and stared at the starry sky, his eyes as brilliant as the stars. Under the starlight, his nose bridge was straight, and his lips were clear and plump, as delicate as a girl's. In the darkness of the night, such a clear appearance outlined a handsome silhouette. It was hard to believe that this was a thief. Xiao Fan! Xiao Fan! A shadow crept out of the yard stealthily and craned his head to look around. Yang Fan, who was deep in thought on the wall, was back to himself. He waved his hands at him and called softly, "I'm here." Ma Qiao dashed over quickly and reached the wall. Xiao Fan extended his hands and pulled him to the top of the wall. The wall was made of yellow mud brick. After a long time, it had been weathered by the wind and rain. Epsilon Majoris kicked off a few pieces of mud. Fortunately, there was a stream nearby. The sound of the flowing stream covered up the sound of the mud hitting the ground. Ma Qiao sat on the wall and praised, "Xiao Fan, you really have a good eye. The place you picked to keep watch is really hidden. Even when I came out, I could not find you. One day, you will surpass your master." Xiao Fan laughed dryly. "Become a thief that surpasses my master? I think I'd better forget about it." Epsilon Majoris snorted twice and asked, "Did Marquis Wu pass by?" Xiao Fan said, "They always patrol on the cross street. They rarely patrol in the alleys. Don't worry. What did you find? Quickly take it out and let me see." Ma Qiao's chest was bulging. He sat on the wall and took out an open plate and 2 vases with willow branches and fresh flowers. He said, "Really unlucky. I thought this Huang Yuanwei was very rich. Who would have thought that he is a ball of horse dung, sheep dung egg? He looks good on the outside but not good on the inside. He looks extravagant, but he doesn't have anything valuable in his house. I only found these few things." Yang Fan laughed, shoved the plate into his chest and said, "This belongs to me, the bottle belongs to you." Ma Qiao said, "Yes." He put his hand into his chest and took out 2 more things. He waved them in front of Yang Fan and proudly said, "Look, what is this? What is it?" Yang Fan stretched out his hand and took one from his hand. It was round, a little bigger than a duck's egg. He put it under his nose and sniffed it. He was pleased and said, "Orange." Ma Qiao said, "Ah, you know what's good. Since you've eaten it, don't eat it. Give it back to me." Yang Fan chuckled and blocked Ma Qiao's hand. He peeled off the skin of the orange and stuffed a piece of the orange into his mouth. The orange was juicy and slightly sour. As soon as he bit into it, the juice overflowed his mouth, but all he could feel was its sweet fragrance. Ma Qiao looked at him and asked, "How is it? Is it good?" Yang Fan broke half of the orange and gave it to Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao gently broke off a piece and sniffed it. His face was relaxed and happy. He then put the orange piece into his mouth and carefully took a bite. His eyebrows moved and he said, "Delicious! It really is delicious." Yang Fan disapprovingly said, "This orange is not ripe yet. It's a little sour and I don't like it. You can have these 2 pieces too." Ma Qiao said, "You're so picky. If you don't want to eat it, you should have said so earlier. Why did you peel it?" He grumbled as he took the orange from Yang Fan's hand. Poor people like them did not have many chances to eat oranges. Even though oranges were on the market in large quantities and the price was not very expensive, it was still not something they could afford. Or it could be said that they were not willing to spend money to enjoy such a luxury. At this time, oranges were not on the market in large quantities yet. The only people who could eat oranges in Luoyang were the royal family and officials. Following them were the wealthy gentry and merchants. Commoners like them did not have this kind of good fortune. It was not that Yang Fan did not like to eat oranges. It was just that he knew that although Ma Qiao was a petty thief, he was very filial. The orange that he left behind must be taken back to show filial piety to his mother. The half-orange that was given to him, he was not willing to eat it. He must have wanted to show filial piety to his mother, so he said that he did not like oranges so that Ma Chiao could have a taste of oranges. Ma Chiao was very filial to the point that Yang Fan could not imagine. Ma Chiao's father was called Ma Lu. Because his name had the word Lu in it, Ma Chiao never smiled. Just like just now, when he wanted to smile, he would hum twice to show that he was smiling. Although other people thought it was strange, he had used this method since he was young to show his joy, so it was very natural for him to use it. His father's name was naturally avoided, but to avoid it to such an unimaginable degree, in Yang Fan's eyes it was a bit boring. But although he could not do it himself, he still respected this kind of filial piety. At least, Ma Chiao still had a mother to show filial piety to, but what about him? Yang Fan raised his head and looked at the mysterious sky. He faintly sighed. The sun wants to raise, but his parents are not there. There was a regret that could never be made up for. Yang Fan was still sighing with emotion when he suddenly saw a strange scene in the sky. In the midst of the stars, there was a black shadow with a long sword on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind, like a large bird spreading its wings and flying through the sky. Note: in ancient times the Empress Dowager could refer to herself as Zhen. The Book of the Later Han, the Annals of the Emperor He Shang states, the Empress Dowager issued an edict. The current emperor is still young, and he is still feeling guilty. This Empress Dowager, who called herself Zhen in the edict, was the second empress of the Eastern Han Emperor Liu Zhao, Empress He Shi, and Empress Dowager Deng during the reign of Emperor Shang and Emperor An. In addition, Wu Zetian was not only the Empress Dowager at that time, but also the Empress before that. When she was on the same level as the two sages of Gaozong, she already called herself Zhen. Chapter 14. Seeing the figure coming from the sky, Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. A glint of light shot out from his eyes, like a pair of invisible arrows, staring at the bird-like figure in the sky. Then, he was shocked, because when he looked up, the birdman had fallen. Could it be that my eyes could turn into invisible arrows? Yang Fan was amazed at his special ability, when the big bird fell down and landed on the wall behind Ma Chiao. Ma Chiao only felt wind at the back of his head. His mouth subconsciously made an action of swallowing, and the orange meat that was half chewed was stuck in his throat. Ma Chiao hiccuped, turned his head to look, and said doubtfully, "Strange, there seems to be something? Why do I suddenly feel a gust of cold wind blowing past?" Yang Fan didn't answer. He was staring intently at the ground behind Ma Chiao. His hands were pressed against the wall, his fingers spread out like an eagle's claws. His legs were slightly bent inward, and the soles of his feet were stuck to the wall. If it wasn't for the cover of his clothes, and the darkness of the night, perhaps others would have noticed that his buttocks had completely left the wall. Every inch of muscle in his body was tense, and now he was like a goshawk with sharp claws clasped on the cliff. His seemingly harmless eyes were sharply staring at his prey, ready to pounce at any time. The figure slowly stood up from the ground. It seemed that although he fell from the sky, he was still prepared when he landed, so he did not break any bones or tendons. Yang Fan's body was tense, but hidden under the robe, the only strange thing was his taut cheeks and wide-open eyes, but this kind of expression looked like he was in a daze, as if he was scared silly. The night walker did not see anything suspicious. Ma Chiao was just casually looking back, and just when he was about to turn back, he suddenly found a pair of bright eyes behind him. In a great shock, he suddenly twisted his neck, only to hear a crack sound. His waist and neck had twisted to the greatest angle, as if twisting any more would make a cracking sound. The person who fell from the sky was dressed in green, and the green clothes blended perfectly with the night, like water melted into water, so that Ma Chiao could not even see his body in a hurry, only saw a pair of bright eyes floating in the night. "Ghost!" Ma Chiao screamed, and the hair on his neck stood up. But his left hand was holding a thin-necked, big-bellied porcelain bottle under his ribs, and the other hand was holding 2 pieces of orange. In his fright, he did not throw either the bottle or the orange. This kind of skill was really amazing. The green figure was the assassin who entered Yaoqi Palace at night to assassinate Wu Zetian. His shoulder was injured, and he lost too much blood, and behind him was the little palace maid's guard who persevered in the pursuit, so he finally fell to the ground due to exhaustion. At this moment, although he could barely stand up, his vision was still black. He looked at the two people sitting on the wall and roughly guessed their identity. The city had a curfew, and wandering outside in the middle of the night was either a thief or a thief. These two people sitting on the wall, other than thieves, what else could they be? Not to mention that they were holding stolen goods in their hand. The assassin did not have time to look, and just coldly snorted, put his hand on the low wall, jumped up, and flew away like an arrow. This low wall was made of mud, and it had been weathered for many years without repair. With just a light touch it would fall into a corner. But this person ran out like a leopard cat, and until he completely disappeared into the night, he was as light as a wisp of smoke, and did not touch a speck of dust. Ma Qiao continued to twist his neck and waist, and stared at the quickly disappearing ghost with a pair of ox eyes, and let out a woman's scream, "There's a ghost!" "Shut up!" Yang Fan covered his mouth and said in a low voice, "Do you want to attract Marquis Wu?" Ma Qiao pointed behind him, and Yang Fan said in a low voice, "That's not a ghost, it's a person." When Ma Qiao heard this, he immediately quieted down. Speaking of which, Ma Qiao was really brave. He was more afraid of ghosts, this kind of illusory thing, but when it came to people, he had never seen him afraid of anyone. Yang Fan stared at the direction where the person disappeared and said softly, "We are thieves, but that person must be a big thief. But, no matter how big a thief, he is still a thief, and we all can't see the light. Afraid of what?" When Yang Fan said the word afraid, his voice suddenly stopped, as if he heard something, but he immediately continued, and Ma Qiao did not notice this subtle change. Ma Qiao slightly calmed down, and was busy stuffing the thin neck and fat belly bottle into his bosom. Just now, he almost dropped the bottle, if not for the fact that he was so shocked that his soul flew away, and could not move at all. It was really too dangerous. This bottle can at least exchange for a few days of fat pork. I can't let it be broken. Ma Qiao stuffed the bottle into his bosom, and said in fear, "We can't stay here any longer. Let's leave quickly." The two were flustered, and just as they were about to slip under the wall, they heard a strange sound in the night sky. It sounded like the cloth on a banner was fluttering in the wind, or like crows returning late, flapping their wings and burrowing into their nests in the trees on the roof. Ma Qiao's nearly sprained neck twisted back violently, and he could not help but exclaim, "Flying immortal?" In fact, Ma Qiao was quite gutsy. However, due to Luoyang's curfew, not a single person could be seen when they went out at night. Not only did figures appear one after another tonight, but every one of them appeared in such a flashy manner. None of them walked on the ground. Ma Qiao had never seen such a thing before, so he was naturally alarmed. The figure that appeared in the night sky took just a glance, and Yang Fan knew that it was a woman. It was a woman as elegant as a Brahma fairy. Her hair was foggy, and her long belt fluttered in the wind. Her figure was graceful, and she was elegant and gentle. She had the same charm as the fairy that flew in the clouds. The only difference was that she was not hugging a pipa, but a spear. The tip of the spear was as thin as silk, and under the faint starlight, it shimmered with a faint but glaring light. Yang Fan looked up at the sky and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. The assassin had fallen from the sky like a bird that had been shot by an arrow. Would this fairy's daughter fall as well? The fairy had come down. She did not fall, but she flew down. Under the starlight, although the fairy's appearance could not be seen clearly, one could vaguely tell that her facial features were very beautiful. She had a very slim figure. She wore a narrow-sleeved shirt and a high-waisted dress that reached her chest. Coupled with a white silk scarf wrapped around her arm, it made her look slender and elegant. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. However, The spear she held behind her back gave her a valiant aura that was soft yet firm. Yang Fan and Ma Chiao had never entered the palace before, so they had never seen such a gorgeous and elegant palace-made dress. Seeing her in this state, coupled with the way she had landed, they really thought of her as a fairy from heaven. The fairy opened her mouth. Her voice was crisp and sweet as expected, but at the same time, it had a commanding tone. "Did the two of you see where a masked thief escaped to?" When Ma Chiao saw this delicate little beauty, he was filled with lust and immediately lost his fear. His pair of shifty eyes wandered back and forth on the little fairy's body. He asked glibly, "Little lady, are you a fairy from heaven who has descended to the mortal world to catch a demon, or are you the Jing County's Shaofu County Lieutenant, the honorific title of the Director of the Public Security Bureau, handling a case to catch a thief?" Before he finished speaking, his shoulder sank. The snow-white tip of the spear was already pressed against his shoulder. The fairy said in an awe-inspiring voice, "I'm the one asking you, not the other way around. Tell me, where did the person escape to?" Ma Chiao smelled the scent of blood coming from the spear. Only now did he know that this beautiful and charming young lady actually dared to kill people. He immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to let out another fart. Yang Fan said, "Miss, do you believe that as long as I call out, I can call all the people in Marquis Wu's shop over?" The little palace maid suddenly turned her head to look at him and sneered. "Brat, do you believe that as long as I call out, the Marquis Wu that you called over will chop off your head?" With this turn of her head, Yang Fan could see more clearly. The first thing he noticed was the little fairy's eyebrows. The little fairy's eyebrows were black and bright. Her facial features were clearly soft and elegant, and her lines were soft and beautiful. However, because of these two eyebrows, she exuded a vigorous heroic spirit. There was also a bright plum blossom between her eyebrows, which was breathtaking at first glance. With a hurried glance, he wasn't able to get a detailed look. As his gaze swept past her face, Yang Fan only had one feeling in his heart. She had a slightly seductive look, but not a seductive one. Yang Fan asked suspiciously, "Miss, you are someone from the government?" Yang Fan had an instinctive aversion towards the government, but the little fairy didn't find the wariness in his eyes strange. Looking at the two people's attire and their bulging chests, they were clearly two thieves traveling at night. It was natural for them to be wary when they saw someone from the government. The little fairy coldly snorted and said, "That night walker is being chased by me very closely, so he has no time to hide his tracks. Since you two are stealing from here, you should be able to see him. Quickly tell me, where did he escape to? This official is trying to catch a great bandit. I don't think it's beneath me to touch you sneaky little thieves." Yang Fan frowned and said, "We're two little thieves. How could we have the ability to help you catch a great thief? Miss, if you waste any more time here, you won't be able to catch that thief even if you wanted to. You." The little fairy's sword-like eyebrows straightened and she was about to explode. Ma Chiao hurriedly pointed out, "Just now, we saw a night walker fleeing along the mud wall towards here." The little fairy coldly laughed and said, "How do I know you aren't lying to me?" As she spoke, she still flew over. That assassin was injured, so wherever he flew, he inevitably left behind a trail of blood. The little fairy sniffed the air and knew that Ma Chiao wasn't lying. With a leap, she jumped onto the mud wall and dashed in the direction that person had disappeared. Ma Chiao looked in the direction that the little fairy had disappeared in and said blankly, "Xiao Fan, do you think this pretty lady, is she really an official? Why didn't the official arrest us?" Yang Fan cast a deep glance in the direction of the rumbling water wheel and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid she really is an official. She didn't arrest us because she doesn't have the time to care about thieves like us." Ma Chiao was shocked and said, "She really is an official? What kind of yamen official would dress like this? I want to quit my job and go to her yamen to apply for a job. Even if I have to be a servant that serves tea and drinks, that's fine." Chapter 15. Yang Fan stared at the direction in which the little palace maid had disappeared, and did not respond to Ma Qiao's words. Ma Qiao did not know why, but he did know some of the court's secrets and anecdotes. He knew that there was a secret force by Wu Zetian's side, known as the Plum Blossom Internal Guards, who lived deep in the inner palace. The internal guards had contributed greatly to Wu Zetian's creation of evidence to kill Li Tang's members of the imperial family, as well as to eliminate some opposition forces that could not be publicly dealt with. Yang Fan had only seen a few words about the Plum Blossom Internal Guards from official documents, and did not know much about their attire or their specific duties. But when he saw the plum blossom between the little fairy's eyebrows, he did not know why, but he thought of this mysterious organization. At this time, the two figures flitting past the wall and Ma Qiao's two ghostly cries had already alerted Marquis Wu, who was patrolling at night. Someone shouted, "Who's out on the street at night?" From afar, a cluster of lanterns swayed in the wind. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao saw that there was no time to talk, and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The two of them were already used to walking in this square, and knew every grass, every tree, every brick and tile like the back of their hands. The two of them walked along the road, deliberately avoiding the main road, and in a short while, they had shaken off Marquis Wu, and arrived near their residence. They waved at each other, and each took their stolen goods and dashed into their own courtyards. Ma Qiao dashed into his own courtyard and stood still. He looked around furtively, and took out something from his bosom. It was a soft ball, and when it was opened, it seemed to be a silk undergarment. Ma Qiao moved closer and took a deep breath and said to himself, "How fragrant! The Huang family's eldest wife is already a woman over 30, and yet she is still wearing such a beautiful scarf. Hey!" Ma Qiao tucked the woman's bra into his bosom and tiptoed forward to push the door. Laonyang had indeed left the door open for him. Ma Qiao dodged through the door and let down the latch. Light shone through the crack in the door. When the lights in Ma Qiao's house were turned on, a shadow flashed out of the alley where Yang Fan lived like a ghost. He was silent for a moment, observing the movements left and right. Seeing that the crossroads were quiet, he flew over and entered another alley. This figure was extraordinarily fast, and he was extremely familiar with the layout of the square. He appeared and disappeared in the streets and alleys. Soon, he returned to the wall where Ma Qiao and Yang Fan were. He lowered his head and sniffed the blood on the wall. Then, as if he was looking for something, he began to search the surroundings. A moment later, the man appeared next to the water wheel. He looked down at the ground and muttered to himself, "How shrewd!" He actually went and returned, hiding under the water. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. He actually lost too much blood and fainted here. Even if he waited until daybreak, he would still be captured. The faint starlight shone on this person's face. It was Yang Fan who had just left. At his feet, there was a dark shadow lying quietly. Most of this shadow's body had already climbed out of the stream, but his two legs were still in the water. Looking at his clothes, it was obviously the assassin from before. He had already fainted there, not moving an inch. Yang Fan lowered his head to look at him. His eyes constantly flickered as if he was hesitating and struggling. But looking at his unconscious appearance in the water, it was similar to when he was kicked into the stream. Yang Fan did not want to just leave. Finally, he let out a breath and bent down to pick up the person who was half submerged in the stream. As soon as the person entered his arms, Yang Fan let out a sound of surprise. He seemed to have discovered something, but his movements did not stop. He only paused for a moment, and a living person weighing more than 100 pounds was carried in his arms. His movements were still incomparably agile. He leapt over the earth wall that was half a person's height and quickly disappeared into the night. He unbolted the door and lit the lamp. The lamp lit up and flooded the entire room, illuminating the person lying flat on the bed. Yang Fan used one hand to block the candlelight. Holding the lamp, He slowly walked to the side of the masked person he had rescued. He squatted down and placed the lamp on the table. He carefully sized up him. The light was dim. The person on the bed was dripping wet. Her wet clothes clung to her body, and the curves of her body were clearly visible to his eyes. It was indeed a woman. Just now, when he had just picked her up, he had already felt something was wrong. Only now could he see her true appearance. After the thin silk clothes were soaked, they wrapped around the exquisite and curvaceous body of the person, completely unable to cover up. That pair of perfectly round thighs, slender, firm, and full, was right under his nose. Her drenched pants wrapped around her body, and even her lower abdomen was stretched out by the wet thin pants, revealing a delicate shape. Yang Fan's eyes quickly swept over there, including the curves of the female assassin's breasts. His eyes did not linger for long. The female assassin's naked body was undoubtedly very beautiful. It was especially attractive to a young man, but he did not use his eyes to profane the girl's body. He looked at the soaked face cloth stuck to the girl's face and frowned slightly. Then he lifted her neck and helped her take off the hood. After the hood was taken off, a beautiful ponytail of black hair was revealed. Laying her flat, under the light of the lamp, she looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. This girl had a delicate and pretty appearance, like the girls of Jiangnan. At this time, she was still unconscious. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly knitted in her unconsciousness, giving off a rather stubborn feeling. However, her pale face revealed a trace of helplessness. Yang Fan's eyes lingered on her face for a moment, then moved to her shoulder. There was a hole there, but at this time there was no blood flowing out. The hole in her clothes revealed a faint trace of skin, and there was a wound on it. Yang Fan frowned, walked to the corner of the room, opened a broken box, and took out a small box. He returned to the girl's side, opened the box, and took out a pair of scissors from the box. He gently picked up the clothes near the female assassin's wound, and cut it, the wet clothes wrapped around her exquisite chest. Although she had the figure of a young girl, there was an indescribable femininity about her. Yang Fan restrained his instinct to look at her. After cutting the clothes near her wound, he took out a neatly folded piece of white cloth from the box, cut it with a knife, and tore out a long strip with a chi-la sound. In the same way, he tore out 5 strips of white cloth, and took out a small gourd from the box. He used his mouth to bite off the gourd stopper, and inserted one hand under the female assassin's body, lifting her body slightly. The unconscious female assassin seemed to feel the pain, and let out a slight moan. Yang Fan aimed the mouth of the gourd at the bloody wound on the female assassin's back, and quickly poured some brownish-yellow medicinal foam on it. Then he put down the gourd, and lightly stuck a strip of white cloth he had prepared on it. After laying the female assassin's body flat, Yang Fan did the same thing, and applied the medicine on her frontal wound. The female assassin's shoulder was pierced by a thin spear, but fortunately, it did not hurt her lungs. If she was treated in time, her life would not be in danger. However, whether it would hurt her meridians and affect her martial arts, it was still hard to say. After Yang Fan finished applying the medicine, he wrapped the bandage round and round, and then picked up the second bandage. When he was on the third bandage, his forehead was already faintly covered in sweat. Although he adhered to the etiquette of a gentleman and did not look at the beautiful female body, his temperament was one thing, and his instincts were another. He was still a hot-blooded young man. Sometimes he held the girl's slender waist, sometimes he held the girl's soft back, and sometimes he bandaged her wounds. No matter how carefully he avoided her gaze, the beautiful shape and curve of the exquisite jade rabbit inevitably fell into his eyes. His body had already started to have some instinctive reactions. After this torment, the female assassin moaned and woke up. The female assassin's eyelashes opened slightly, and when the light entered her eyes, she could not help but be shocked. She quickly reached out and instinctively grabbed the sword. Yang Fan let out a muffled groan, and his whole body suddenly froze. "Who are you?" The female assassin's eyes became misty for a moment, and then quickly became clear. She looked at Yang Fan with some fierceness. I am the person who saved your life. The female assassin quickly glanced at the situation in the room, and after confirming that it was not a government office, she asked again, Is this your home? Yang Fan's face showed a slightly uncomfortable and bashful expression. Talking like this, it's so difficult. Miss, please let go of me first. The female assassin was slightly surprised, and her eyes looked down. Only then did she realize that although the thing she was holding was hard, it was not her sword hilt. The place she was holding was actually the man's crotch. The female assassin's pale cheeks turned a shocking red. Her small hand quickly trembled, as if it had been stung by a scorpion, and then suddenly loosened. Yang Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Because of the angle, his spear was almost bent 90 degrees by the female assassin's slender hand. Fortunately, the quality of the spear was very good, and as soon as she loosened her hand, it became perfectly straight. Yang Fan bowed and said with some embarrassment, I really don't have any evil intentions. I just wanted to cut off my clothes and wrap my wound, so it was inevitable. Stop. The female assassin lowered her eyes, and her face was flushed. She used a fierce tone to cover up her embarrassment, and quickly changed the topic. Give me back my sword. Okay. Yang Fan moved sideways, rushed to the cabinet, and returned with the long sword. With the sword in hand, the girl's expression became much more relaxed, as if with the sword in hand, she had the greatest guarantee of safety. She let out a sigh, and the blush on her face gradually disappeared. She raised her eyes and looked at Yang Fan carefully, as if she had discovered something, and suddenly said, You are the little that I met just now. Yang Fan said with a smile, That's me. The female assassin's eyes flashed a hint of suspicion, and asked, Why did you save me? Yang Fan was stunned and asked back, Why? Saving people. Do I need a reason? The female assassin stared at him and said, I'm dressed like this, and my shoulder is injured. You should be able to see that I'm not an ordinary person. You're a thief, aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? The female assassin asked this, not because she was being unreasonable. The case she had committed was really not a small matter. A person might help a wounded person lying on the roadside, but to a person who had violated the law, would he dare to generously help? Moreover, the person who had helped her was a thief, and she didn't dare to stay here for a moment longer without asking Yang Fan for the reason why he had saved her. Yang Fan seemed to hesitate for a moment, and didn't answer. A faint killing intent appeared in the girl's eyes, and she said coldly, Speak. Yang Fan coughed twice, and like an ordinary youth who had been forced to reveal his secrets, he said bashfully, This is the cultivation workshop. Under the big elm tree on the west side of our cultivation workshops cross East Main Street, there is a family with the surname Xiao, and the Xiao family has a son called Qianyu. The female assassin listened with a blank face, and asked in surprise, What does this have to do with my question? Chapter 16. Yang Fan stammered, This Xiao Qianyue, because of his ugly appearance and poor family, has yet to find a wife in his 30s. The female assassin raised her thin, curved eyebrows. So what? Yang Fan mustered up his courage and said, But at the beginning of this year, he picked up a girl on the road, and later, that girl became his wife. At this point, Yang Fan lowered his head in embarrassment. The purpose of his words was clear as day. His shy and bashful appearance was the normal reaction of a young man who was forced to reveal his inner thoughts. Yang Fan was very familiar with this kind of pretentiousness. This was a skill he had learned from dealing with those passionate, bold, and lively Nanyang girls since young. The female assassin was stunned. What Yang Fan said was not a rare thing in that era. In almost every city and every village, similar things had happened. A homeless girl was taken in by someone, and then became the daughter-in-law of that person. This kind of thing was too common. When the female assassin heard Yang Fan's words, she immediately thought of herself. Back then, Didn't she also have nowhere to go and almost become someone's child bride? However, this little thief in front of her, who seemed rather good-looking, actually saved her because he wanted to imitate his good neighbor with the surname Shao and get himself a cheap wife. He was going to pick up the female assassin who assassinated the Empress and make her his wife. The female assassin really did not know how to comment on this guy's whimsical and magical idea. She was so stunned that she did not answer for a long time. Seeing that she did not speak, Yang Fan's face turned even redder. He scratched his head and said, "At that time, actually it was just a muddle-headed thought. I didn't really want to cough. It's not like I don't want to repay your kindness. Don't worry, I can't force you on this kind of thing. I was just thinking." Of course, he could not tell this woman that he only saved her because she was being chased by the government, and he instinctively hated the government, so he shared a common enemy with her. He could not tell the woman that the way she leaned helplessly by the stream was so much like him in his childhood that he had been touched, so he could only make up a plausible excuse. The female assassin believed him. She did not know whether she should be angry or amused. She stared at Yang Fan for a long time, then sighed and said, "You have saved my life. I naturally have to repay this kindness, but," seeing the light in Yang Fan's eyes, the female assassin hurriedly added, "but it's not what you think. In any case, I will repay you. I don't like to owe others. I am very tired now and want to rest. We can talk tomorrow, okay?" Okay. Yang Fan imitated Ma Qiao's helpless appearance when he was scolded by his mother. He rubbed his hands together and said with a silly smile, "All right, then let's go to bed first. It's already late, and I still have to wake up early tomorrow morning. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow." With that said, Yang Fan sat down on the bed and began to take off his shoes. The female assassin was shocked. "What are you doing?" Yang Fan was at a loss. "Sleeping. I only have this wooden bed. You don't tell me you want me to sleep in the woodshed? Preposterous." The female assassin's pretty face became serious. "You sleep on the floor." Yang Fan said, "Miss, can't you be reasonable? This is my house." The female assassin pressed down on the sword spring, and with a clang, the sharp sword bounced out half a foot. Yang Fan was startled and hurriedly slipped to the floor, giving up the idea of reasoning with her. The female assassin lightly snorted, sheathed the sword, and hugged it in front of her chest. Yang Fan lay down on the floor with his clothes on, secretly glanced at her, and said with concern, "Miss, I am afraid it is not good to sleep in wet clothes, but I only have this set of clothes. I really have nothing else to change into. If you want to take off your wet clothes, it is actually not a big deal. After all, when the lamp blows out, nothing can be seen." The female assassin did not speak, but only stared at him with her beautiful big eyes. She could tell that this brat was just a street kid with some scoundrelly habit. He was not evil, nor did he have the guts to do anything evil. However, he was not a good son who knew his place either. Perhaps he still had some evil intentions towards her, so she could not give him a good face. Yang Fan was somewhat unable to resist her gaze and muttered, "Isn't there a blanket? You can just cover yourself with it," Yang Fan said and blew out the lamp. As soon as the oil lamp was extinguished, the room suddenly became clear. Tonight, the crescent moon was like a hook, and the sky was filled with bright stars. Yang Fan originally thought that after the lamp was extinguished, it would be darker, but who knew that the room was actually as cold as frost? Yang Fan turned his head to look at the girl, and met the girl's big bright eyes. Even her facial features were vaguely discernible. Yang Fan sincerely said, "I really can't see, I'm blindfolded." As the saying goes, night blindness. The female assassin still did not speak, and only stared at him with her beautiful big eyes. Yang Fan could not take it anymore, so he turned around and went to sleep. The corner of the girl's mouth twitched twice. Her shoulder was very painful, and her body was very tired, but for some reason she actually felt like laughing. How did I meet such a clown? The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the bell and drum above the gate of heaven sounded. When the first drum sounded, the female assassin opened her eyes. Although she was still a little sleepy, with such a loud bell and drum, how could she fall asleep? When she opened her eyes, she found that the man sleeping on the floor had disappeared. The female assassin's heart tightened, and she immediately turned over and sat up. Because the movement of sitting up was too sudden, it affected her wound and caused a burst of pain. She frowned, sat up, and lightly pressed on her shoulder, and looked around vigilantly. The morning light shone into the room through the window, and there was still a kind of grey darkness. The room was empty, except for a bed, a few tables, and a broken box stuck to the wall. There was nothing else. Although there were not many things, it gave off an extremely messy feeling, which was obviously the characteristic of a bachelor. The room was dirty and messy, except for the places that the owner of the house often touched. There was even a thick layer of dust in other places. The female assassin walked to the wall, and opened the broken box to take a look. This was the only piece of furniture in this messy house that looked like a pig's nest. It was as that fellow had said, there was not a single piece of clothing inside. That fellow's entire outfit seemed to only be the one that he was wearing. If she wore this black outfit and walked out in broad daylight, the female assassin lightly shook her head. Although she did not know where the man that she had yet to reveal his name had gone, she was not worried that he would report her to the authorities. If that person had the intention to report her, he would not have taken the risk to carry her home last night, and would have just thrown her into Marquis Wu's shop. Even if he had changed his mind, he could have reported her when she was unconscious, and would not have waited until now. But could she trust this person, and use this person's place to recuperate? Although this fellow had a glib tongue, he seemed to have the heart of a thief, but did not have the guts. She did not have to worry that he would harm her. But the female assassin slightly muttered to herself. Although she had failed in her mission, she was not worried in this aspect. How could assassinating the Empress be so easy? When she had first entered the palace to assassinate the Empress, the young master had estimated that the chances of success were not very high. But even if there was only a 10% chance, she still had to give it her all. Although she had failed, the Featherwood Guard still had the young master's spies. She had been able to smoothly sneak into the Radiance Temple to carry out the assassination because of the help of the spies. The young master was certainly aware of her failure and her escape. If the young master knew of this situation, he would naturally know how to respond. Right now, the only thing she had to do was to protect herself, and the only thing she had to worry about was whether or not the authorities would search the entire city. If that was the case, then this little thief, who had the heart of a thief but no guts, would hear the news, become timid, and betray her. As she thought about it, she calmed down. In these past years, Empress Wu had eradicated Li Tang's royal family's kings one by one. Even when her eldest son and second son had become stumbling blocks in her path, she had killed them without hesitation. She had wantonly appointed ruthless officials and used all sorts of pretexts to purge the ministers loyal to Li Tang. She had also frequently used gifts of fortune to build momentum for herself. It was clear that she wanted to remove Li Tang's life. At this time, Empress Wu had done everything she could to create an atmosphere of the entire world is loyal to her. How could she spread the news of her assassination to the world and encourage the arrogance of the rebel forces? Pa, pa, pa. As the female assassin was deep in thought, she heard some faint sounds coming from the courtyard. She closed the box and walked towards the door. In the courtyard, Yang Fan was squatting by the well, brushing his teeth. The handle of the brush was made of cow bones and the bristles of the brush were dipped in green salt. His mouth was full of pig hair. Yang Fan spat out the pig hair in his mouth and muttered, "This toothbrush is still new. It's just been used and it's already starting to shed hair. Auntie's toothbrush is really not that good. How can such a toothbrush be sold?" At this time, most people still used willow branches to brush their teeth. The willow branches that had been soaked in water in advance were bitten open with their teeth. The willow fibers inside protruded out and turned into tiny wooden teeth. Or they used loofah. However, toothbrushes had already been invented, but the toothpaste, made of herbs such as Poria cocos, had not been invented yet. Only green salt was still used. But nowadays toothbrushes were still a luxury. Ordinary people would not spend money on them. Yang Fan was in a favorable position. Because Ma Qiao's mother was a toothbrush maker, he was able to get a few for free. Therefore, he became one of the first testers of Ma Qiao's toothbrushes. However, it seemed that this Ma Qiao's toothbrush was obviously a fake product. The bristles not only had a pig hair smell, but the handle made of cow bones would start to turn black after being soaked in water a few times. Some rough and hard places could easily scratch the gums. In fact, those who made toothbrushes had their own secrets, such as chopping the cow bones, drilling the cow bones, and binding the bristles. These steps could be done at a glance. But the chopped cow bones had to be soaked in rice water for a few days to preserve them. The soaked bone slices had to be smoothed with a hemp file and then polished in a wooden barrel with yellow vines. After the toothbrush was made, it had to be fumigated with sulfur to remove the smell and disinfect it. These tricks were not easy to think of. As Yang Fan was grumbling and complaining, the door opened with a creak. The female assassin stood there quietly, like an orchid growing in a deep valley. Her demure appearance did not have the slightest trace of a female assassin's fierce and murderous aura. She stood by the door. Her haggard cheeks were extremely pale due to the loss of blood. As a result, her originally white cheeks had a layer of translucent texture. A few strands of hair hung down her egg-white cheeks, making her skin even more white like jade. Yang Fan smiled. He waved his hand at her and said, "You're awake. Come out. It doesn't matter. This is only the first round of drumming. In this Xiuwen workshop, no one would wake up earlier than me." His smile was very bright as the sun. When he smiled, two shallow dimples appeared on his cheeks. When the female assassin saw this, she actually had a feeling of, "You're a beauty, why did you have to be a thief?" Chapter 17. The female assassin subconsciously looked outside the courtyard, then slowly walked over with her hands on her shoulders. She was still dressed in the same nocturnal attire. After a night, the thin silk shirt and trousers had already been dried, the material was still very soft, and did not expose the curves of her body. The female assassin squatted down in front of Yang Fan, staring at him. "Why are you up so early?" Yang Fan brushed his teeth, vaguely saying, "Because I'm the worker of this workshop, I'm on duty this month, so I have to go open the door early in the morning." The female assassin was surprised. "You're a worker? The worker is supposed to assist Marquis Wu in guarding against theft. Why are you stealing?" Yang Fan scratched his head. "This question is really hard to answer. You say that officials should love the people like their own children. Why are there so many officials who are greedy and cruel, treating the people like dogs?" "Well, I didn't know, you silly. You're quite reasonable." The female assassin thought for a moment, then nodded. She looked around the empty courtyard, then asked, "You're the only one in your family?" Yang Fan said, "Yes, when I was young, I wandered to the South Sea with the Kunlun merchant ship. Pay. I didn't come back until I was an adult. Pay. I haven't even been in Luoyang for a year." The female assassin knitted her delicate eyebrows again, saying suspiciously, "You lived overseas and returned to the Tang dynasty for less than a year, and you're a Luoyang citizen, and even a worker of the Xiuwen workshop?" Yang Fan glanced at her. "Don't you know how easy it is to get a household registration in the Tang dynasty?" The female assassin was speechless. She knew that Yang Fan was speaking the truth. During the reign of Emperor Yang of Sui, the population of the Central Plains was more than 46 million, but during the reign of Emperor Gaozu of Tang, the population of the whole country was only about 15 million, a sharp decrease of 2/3. Of course, because of the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, many people died, but the number of people who died in the war was actually very limited. Most people did not die on the battlefield, but died from the side effects of the war, the destruction of agriculture. At that time, the number of people dying of starvation was 10 times that of those who died in the war. But even so, the population of the early Tang dynasty would not have decreased to such a huge extent. At that time, the main reason for the sharp decline in the population was because of concealing the household registration. During the chaos of war, the peasants lost their homes, destroying the original household registration system. After the world had stabilized, many peasants had turned to the rich and powerful to become servants or tenant farmers. It was very difficult to count the population again. In the past few years, the imperial court had continuously increased the population statistics, and the system was much more perfect than it was in the early years. However, there were still many loopholes that could be exploited. Thus, it was not difficult to conceal one's identity or obtain one. "What's your name?" The two people were silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke at the same time. As soon as these words came out, Yang Fan laughed. The female assassin did not think it was funny, her face was tense. A pair of clear eyes as clear as water stared at Yang Fan, until Yang Fan felt that his sense of humor was indeed very low. Only then did she retract her smile and introduce herself. "My name is Yang Fan, ranked second, everyone calls me Beta Persei or Erlang, may I know your name?" The female assassin pondered for a moment, then replied, "My name is Tin Ano." Yang Fan said in surprise, "Your surname is Tian? What a big surname!" The female assassin shook her head. "No, I don't have a surname. My name is Tin Ano, my name is Tian Ai Nu." The name Tin Ano was of course nothing strange. At that time, women usually did not have a full name, only a small character. The Empress of Wei when Emperor Chao Pai was called Queen Guo. Han Hing Emperor Lu Ji's Empress was called Deng Mengv. Han Zhao Emperor Lu Fuling's Empress was called Shangguan Xiaomei. And this dynasty's Taizong Emperor Zhangsuan's Empress was called Guanyin Maid. Most of the empresses came from prestigious families. If their pet names were like this, then it was not strange for women to have all sorts of strange pet names. But women without a name were common, people without a surname. How could this be possible? Yang Fan was very tactful and did not ask further. He knew, on this girl's body, there must be a secret that no one knew, perhaps it was the same as him. Yang Fan was not in the mood to dig out other people's secrets, so he smiled and said, "Tin Ano. What a nice name. Do you want to brush your teeth? It's my treat." Tin Ano's bright eyes were first focused on his toothbrush that had curled up, her eyebrows raised again, then she looked at him again. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Of course not, I still have a few new toothbrushes." Yang Fan got up and walked into the room. After a while he came back with a brand new toothbrush. He also brought out a water ladle and scooped up half a ladle of water. Yang Fan handed the ladle, toothbrush, and green salt to Tin Ano and introduced. "Here. This is Luoyang Xiao Wenfang's Ma family toothbrush. Exquisite workmanship, first-class quality, it is widely praised everywhere." The red sun rose from the east, leaping above the clouds on the horizon. Through the gaps between the clouds, rays of golden sunlight shone on Shen Du Luoyang. In the courtyard of Yang Fan's house, a man and a woman, each holding a ladle and a basin, squatted face to face, brushing their teeth under the sun. "I need a set of clothes, pay. Okay, wait a moment, when the door opens I will find a set of clothes for you, pay. Thank you, pay. No need to thank me, my family doesn't run a restaurant, I will bring some food back for you. We have a Jiang family noodle soup shop in our house. Their noodle soup is chewy, the soup is clear, and the taste is good. It is widely praised everywhere, pay. Is that so? Actually, I am not that hungry." Early in the morning, not long after the doors opened, a few people dressed in civilian clothes on horseback hurried on the road to the Xiao Wenfang. If anyone recognized them, they would be surprised to find that among these people were Luoyang's Lieutenant Tang Zong and the Ministry of Justice's Chao Tsang military advisor Qiao Junyu. It was not easy for these two people to walk together so early in the morning. It was unknown if some big case had happened in the 9 cities. Luoyang's Lieutenant Tang Zong was about 40 years old, had a square face, a wide mouth, thick eyebrows, and a thick black beard, giving him a very dignified appearance. His age was when a man's physical and mental strength was at its peak. Wearing a long robe, his chest and arms showed the curves of his body, showing his burly and sturdy body. On his left was the Ministry of Justice's Chao Tsang military advisor Qiao Junyu. Qiao Junyu was also a middle-aged man in his 40s, his body slightly thinner than Tang Zong, his cheeks wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, and the shallow wrinkles on his face added a bit of scholarly temperament to his clear features. Next to him was a handsome young man dressed in a brocade robe and a jade belt. This young man was half a head shorter than Qiao Junyu, wearing a jade-colored robe with a 7-star belt around his waist, a headscarf on his head, and a pair of thin black silk shoes. He was very slender and looked to be only 16 years old, with a handsome face and sharp eyebrows. As Tang Zong urged his horse forward, he said in a deep voice, "Qiao Junjun, Luoyang has a population of 1 million people, good and bad mixed together. To find one person is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The imperial court does not allow a big battle. Isn't that making things difficult? To be honest, even if we asked Yang Longzhong to be in charge, I don't have much hope." Qiao Junyu sighed softly. The wrinkles at the corner of his eyes became even denser. How could he not know how difficult it was to find one person in such a big city like Luoyang? Moreover, it had to be done quietly, without causing a big commotion. This was really too difficult. But Qiao Junyu glanced to the side and saw that the handsome young man in a jade robe and brocade belt beside him had a gloomy expression after hearing these words. His heart couldn't help but tighten, and he hurriedly laughed and said, "That person is injured. This is a very obvious sign. The criminal went missing in the vicinity of the Showen workshop. We can use the Showen workshop as the center and search in all directions. If Luoyang Prefecture does not have enough manpower, we can mobilize Marquis Wu and the workshop attendants from each workshop and have them search each lane and each lane." Hearing this, Tang Zong grumbled even more. "Qiao Junjun, it's easy for you to say. At the foot of the Son of Heaven, a random old man in a woven rush raincoat fishing by the stream could be a certain minister or assistant minister. A random young man playing kuju in an alley could be a relative of the emperor. The benefactor of a small Buddhist temple or a small Taoist temple might even be a noble's son. How could they investigate? Search how?" Qiao Junyu glanced at the handsome young man beside him. Seeing his expression become gloomy, she couldn't help but secretly complain in her heart, but she couldn't say anything to stop him. This Tang Zong has been a law enforcer for many years. He has seen many things and can be considered a person who has seen the world. How could he not see the identity of the woman beside me? She is a member of the internal guards. Even if you can't see her identity, can't you see that she is disguised as a servant? How could the internal guards refuse a task assigned to them by them? Although this Miss Xiemuan who came looking for him was only a military officer of the internal guards, even the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Minister of Justice would not dare to treat her lightly. What was the internal guard? It was a sword in the hands of the Empress of Heaven. If this sword wanted to kill, it didn't need to be interrogated, imprisoned, or even charged. It had the power to kill first and report later. Did you not see that when this Xie came to the Ministry of Justice, even Assistant Minister Zhou Xing treated her as an honored guest and immediately arranged for me to send her to see Yang Longzhong so that Yang Longzhong would personally be in charge of this case? Young Master Tang, oh young Master Tang, what is wrong with you today? What he didn't know was that Tang Zong, as the Luoyang commandant, was in charge of Luoyang's judicial system and had long known of the existence of the Plum Blossom internal guards. This disguised woman had always been by Qiao Junjun's side. She seemed to be Qiao Junjun's follower, but Qiao Junjun often looked at her expression, and Tang Zong had already guessed her identity. At this time, Tang Zong pretended not to know and was purposefully complaining for her to hear. There was a limit to the number of officials and laborers in Luoyang Prefecture. With the small number of officials in Luoyang Prefecture, how could it be easy for them to manage such a large city and a population of more than 1 million people? If a random person from the internal guard could order him to mobilize such a large number of people, then who would be responsible for the daily security of Luoyang? Who would be responsible if trouble occurred? Tang Zong was pretending to be confused and venting the dissatisfaction in his heart to the internal guard. The disguised woman, Xie Dui, seemed to sense that he was complaining to her. Her eyebrows rose and she was about to retort when several beggars suddenly ran up from the side of the road. They raised their hands in a salute and said, "Noble people, please have pity on this lowly one and give us some food." Chapter 18. Blind Things Get Lost. The people riding on the horses were the officials from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang. When the beggars came near, they raised their whips and whipped them without hesitation. The beggars didn't expect these people to be so fierce. The 2 beggars in front couldn't dodge in time and were whipped twice, crying out in pain. Seeing that these people weren't easy to get along with, the beggars knew that they had found the wrong target. They didn't dare to say anything and turned around, wanting to run away. "Wait! You're not allowed to hit people!" Xie Dui suddenly shouted and stopped the officials. She turned her horse and walked towards the beggars. Qiao Junyu and Tang Zong didn't know what she was going to do, so they stopped their horses. Xie Dui turned her horse in front of the beggars and her frosty face softened. The beggars didn't know what she was going to do and looked a little frightened. Xie Muan looked at them and took out a few Kai Yuan Tong Bao from her sleeve. She raised her hand and one of the beggars came to a realization and quickly raised his hands. The large coins were thrown into his hands and the beggars were shocked. They quickly nodded and bowed and said, "Thank you, noble, thank you, noble." County Military Officer Xie's extremely heroic eyebrows twitched as he coldly snorted. "Look at all of you have your hands and feet intact and your bodies strong and healthy. You can't even find work to make a living, yet you insist on becoming beggars. Even if you go steal or rob, it's still better than being beggars." When the beggars heard these words of encouragement, they nodded like chickens pecking at rice. "Yes, yes, yes. Noble's teaching is right." Xie Dui saw that they agreed readily and didn't take it to heart. She couldn't help but sigh and stared at them resentfully. She turned her horse and rushed back. Commander Tang Zong of Luoyang and Advisor Chao of the Ministry of Justice Qiao Junyu, the 2 officials in charge of enforcing the law, hearing her words, could not help but look at each other and smile bitterly. Seeing that she had returned, Adjunct Xiao hurriedly put on a smile and said, "County Military Officer Xie is truly compassionate. You are even so compassionate to a few beggars." Xie Dui lightly said, "If it's not necessary, who would want to be a beggar? Even if I don't want to help, there's no need to chase them like dogs." Qiao Junjun didn't know how to answer this question and coughed awkwardly. "Military officer is right. Look, Yang Longzhong's residence is in front." They were walking on one of the main roads of Luoyang. Beneath their feet was a road made of compacted yellow earth. On both sides of the road were rows of elm and locust trees. Behind the trees was a deep drainage ditch, and behind the ditch was a square wall about 1 zhang high. Inside the square wall were large courtyards, temples, and monasteries. Occasionally, they could see a large and imposing residence with its main gate facing the city's main street. Outside the gate were 2 rows of halberds and guards. These were the residences of nobles, dukes, or third-ranked officials. Only with special permission could they open their doors to the main street. Ordinary families could only open their doors to the square. Not far ahead was the Xiuwen Workshop's main gate. Justice Sector's Judicial Sector Director Yang Mingsheng's official rank wasn't even third rank, so his manner was naturally built in a workshop. When Xiao Junyu and the others entered the Xiaowen workshop, they didn't cause much of a commotion. Almost every square had a few officials living in it. These officials had a wide circle of friends, and there weren't any commoners. It was common for important guests to come and visit. Most of the officials lived in the Xiaowen workshop, so it was common for people of status to come and go. Today, the officials did not need to attend court, so it was even more common for guests to come and go among the officials. The emperor of the Tang dynasty originally had to attend court every day, but in the 5th month of the 2nd year of Xianqing, the prime minister submitted a memorial to Emperor Gaozong, saying that the world was at peace and there weren't that many political matters to attend to. They requested that the emperor attend court every other day. From then on, the court would only have court on one day and not on 2 days. Qiao Junyu's party directly entered the residence of Yang Mingxing, the judicial minister of the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice's judicial division's Yuzhong, that was the third most important figure in the Ministry of Justice, second only to the Ministry of Justice's Minister Yuzhong and Assistant Minister Yuzhong. All major cases had to be tried by the Ministry of Justice's Minister Yuzhong in the name of the Assistant Minister of Justice, together with the Deputy Minister of Imperial Censor and the Grand Supreme Court Chancellor as the 3 division envoys, the 3 divisions jointly trying the case. When the court issued a decree of amnesty, the judicial minister would represent the Ministry of Justice to announce the list of people to be pardoned, so his authority was extremely great. The judicial minister, Yang Mingxing, was only around 40 years old, but his hair had already begun to turn white. The muscles on his face were also somewhat loose, so the wrinkles on his face were particularly deep. He was tall and slender, with a long neck, a hooked nose, and a pair of sharp eyes. He looked like a vulture looking around for food, causing people to feel fear at first sight. Especially the 2 deeply sunken wrinkles on both sides of his nose, it caused his face to reveal a cold, stern expression. As the third in command of the Tang dynasty's Ministry of Justice, Yang Mingxing had always been serious in speech and manner. In the Ministry of Justice, he was known for being stern. Qiao Junyu had worked with him for so many years, but she had never seen him smile more than a few times. At this moment, he was talking cheerfully and wittily, smiling so much that his old face was like an autumn chrysanthemum. Even the fine wrinkles on his face were like chrysanthemum petals unfolding. His smile was, of course, directed towards the Plum Blossom Internal Guard, County Captain Xiemuwen, Miss Xie. Facing the Empress's internal guard, the usually serious Yang Longzhong also made an exception. "Please, Xie, this way please. Judicial Minister, please." At this time, the term Lord was only used to refer to close relatives and elders, so in the official circles, they only addressed each other by their official titles. Even if a county magistrate was facing a prime minister, he would also address the other party as prime minister, and the prime minister would address the other party as county magistrate, and in return they would address each other as MO. If the county magistrate was not willing to address the other party as lowly official or lowly official, it would not be considered impolite, so both Xiemuwen and Yang Mingxing addressed each other in this way. Yang Mingxing invited Xiemuwen into the inner study with a smile. Qiao Junyu and Tang Zong sat down in the hall. In the inner study, Yang Mingxing listened to Xie Dui recount the cause and effect of the matter. He said emotionally, "Xie Dui, do not worry. Since it is the Empress Dowager's orders and Assistant Minister Zhou's orders, this Yang will do his best to find the culprit." Xiemuwen said cheerfully, "This is a serious matter, so I will leave it to Yang Longzhong." Yang Mingxing clapped his hands 3 times and said loudly, "Young Master Tang, Qiao Junjun, come in to speak." The 2 entered the study and sat down after greeting. Yang Mingxing looked at the Luoyang commandant, Tang Zong, and asked in a deep voice, "Has anyone been sent to inspect the city gates?" Tang Zong said, "Lang Zhong, do not worry." Before all the city gates of Luoyang opened, This one had already sent people to inspect them. Anyone with a wound on their shoulder will not be able to leave the city. And Yang Mingxing nodded. Because he was pressing his lips together, the 2 wrinkles under his nose were even deeper. They were like 2 deep ravines that ran along his hooked nose. He thought for a while and then slowly said, "Qiao Junjun." Qiao Junyu, who had been kneeling on the guest seat, immediately straightened and said, "Present." Yang Mingxing said, "Immediately inform the Luoyang commandant to send people to inspect the 103 workshops in the city. The magistrate is in charge of the 103 workshop. Each workshop will be under the responsibility of Marquis Wu's shop. Each workshop's workers will be assigned a lane or an alley. Inspect every household and send out a notice at the same time. If anyone is found to be hiding, they will be punished as well. In addition, anyone who informs will be rewarded." "Yes, sir." Also, the North City is where Tsang City is located. That place is filled with granaries. No one will enter easily, but it is also the easiest place to hide. Immediately have the officials from Tsang City bring people to inspect every warehouse. As for Luoyang's 3 markets, they only open in the afternoon. We can send people to guard the market gates and interrogate the peddlers and pedestrians who enter the market. The other inns, taverns, brothels, and slave markets are also places that hide filth. They should also be strictly investigated." "Yes, sir." Young Master Tang, Xiedui sat to the side and watched as Yang Mingxing gave out orders one by one in an orderly manner. Xiedui did not mention that she had encountered 2 thieves last night when she was chasing the assassin. She believed that the 2 thieves had nothing to do with the assassin, but if she were to say it, the 2 of them would definitely be in big trouble. Her elder brother was a thief. Perhaps it was because she loved the house and its crow, but when she was explaining the case, she only hesitated for a moment and skipped over the thief. Elder brother, Xiedui could not help but immerse herself in the bittersweet memories until Tang Zong and Qiao Junyu stood up to leave, startling her. Xiamuan quickly gathered her thoughts and stood up, saying, "If that is so, then I will have to trouble you. I will wait for your good news. I will not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave now." Yang Mingxing smiled wholeheartedly as he stood up, saying, "I will do my best, don't worry." Xiamuan said, "Good, if there is any news, please let me know immediately." Of course, I will see you off, Xiedui." I dare not. You are too polite." "Xiedui, please." The 2 of them walked out side by side, with Tang Zong and Qiao Junyu following behind them. The 2 of them still did not know what crime the person they wanted to arrest had committed or why he was being arrested. However, they had been in the bureaucracy for a long time and naturally knew that most cases handled by the internal guards could not see the light of day, or the implications were extremely important. Therefore, they did not ask too much, and it was better not to get involved in these kinds of muddy waters. With a smile, Yang Mingxing sent Xiamuan to the entrance of the second hall. Xiamuan turned around and cupped her fists, saying, "Dr. Lang, please stay, I will take my leave now." Yang Mingxing stood at the bottom of the stairs, cupped his fists and bowed to Miss Xie, saying, "Take care." Xiamuan, Tang Zong, and Qiao Junyu walked to the front yard, while Steward Lao Lu continued to send them off on behalf of the host. Yang Mingxing did not leave, but stood at the door, looking at their backs thoughtfully. After Steward Lao Lu sent the guests off, he hurried back to his side, saying, "Ah Lang, master, you have not had your breakfast. If you wait any longer, it will get cold." Yang Mingxing waved his hand, saying, "Leave it first, I need to think about something. Bring it to the study in a while." "Yes, sir." Steward Lu replied and quietly left. Yang Mingxing returned to the study alone, lifted his robe and sat down. Stroking his beard, he muttered to himself, "Assassinating the emperor is a big matter. Why would the assassin still stay in Luoyang? Moreover, there are many places to hide in the city, but they chose to hide in the Xiuwen workshop, where there are many officials' residences. I am afraid they are deliberately trying to divert the trouble." Yang Mingxing's eyes flashed. He muttered to himself for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. The corners of his lips revealed a trace of a cold smile. Note: Kaiyuan Tong Bao is not a large coin minted by Tang Xuanzong. The copper coin minted during Gao Zong's reign is called Kaiyuan Tong Bao.